Chapter 391. Yes. Zhuo Xiaoduo admitted it completely. Although these 8 dragons are located in different directions and have different paths, the position of the dragon heads has always been pointing in this direction. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, therefore, there must be a saying in the Gu King city. There is no doubt that the gathering of fate energy is evident. However, there is one point. The Gu King city is in the northwest direction and the Hidden Dragon High School is in the southeast direction. The mountain shape of the dragon veins may pass by occasionally, but none of them pass by the southeast hinterland. Although this makes sense in terms of geography and earth veins, it is more or less a little strange. You must know that in the southeast position of the Hidden Dragon High School, there are 3 dragon veins intertwined at the other end of the Dragon Tail mountain range. However, all the way to the northwest, they perfectly avoid the area of the Hidden Dragon High School. After this section, the dragon veins and dragon bodies begin to intertwine. The dragon heads also move forward in a winding manner without avoiding each other. However, why do they all go around this area at the same time? Zhuo Xiaoduo could not understand this at all. He could not help but feel suspicious. When he looked at the area again, all he could see were a few small hills. There were no signs of dragon veins at all. In fact, compared to other places, there were more depressions, like basins. From the perspective of the aura examination technique, such a place would not even have a dragon's cave, much less a dragon's vein. However, the dragon veins stretched for thousands of miles and left such a blank space. It was like a painting with splashing ink, leaving a blank space. It was full of disharmony. After the great changes in the world, although there was the change of meteorites, the dragon veins in this area of Fenghai did not change much. The end of the 8 dragon veins eventually soared into the sky. In other words, these 8 dragon veins are now empty. Although the dragon chi still exists, it is already abnormally thin. It will take an unknown number of years of nurturing before it can take shape again. But now, the dragon veins are gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. No matter how he looked at it, he could not understand it. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that something was wrong. At the very least, in all the books that he had read about the Qi observation technique, they all clearly indicated that a place like the Hidden Dragon High Martial School would definitely not have a dragon vein. But if that's the case, it's completely at odds with the momentum of the words that the principal wrote unintentionally. Could it be that I was wrong this time? Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo's gaze went from near to far, and then even further away. Even further away in the southeast, there was another uncertain location. Over there, he could vaguely feel his meridians churning. They were faintly moving towards him bit by bit. Principal, may I ask? Where is that place? Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his hand high and pointed to a place in the southeast that was out of sight. That's the direction you came from. Yi Changqing smiled faintly. You came from Phoenix City, that's where you came from. Oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to recollect. Along the way, he and Li Chenglong had indeed crossed several mountains in succession. Those mountains were all mountain ranges that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. It could be said that they were extremely majestic. Until they went down the mountain range and once again set foot on the plains, they ran madly for another 1,800 miles before they reached the territory of Fenghai City. He frowned and pondered, and did not speak for a long time. It was very rare that there were no signs of meridians here. It was inexplicably chaotic. The dragon vein was horizontally, but it was stable in all directions. Their final destination was the same, and they were all heading towards the northwest. This was not a big deal, right? According to the terrain and the Qi observation technique, this should be normal, right? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that something was wrong from the bottom of his heart, but he could not tell what was wrong. What did you see? Yi Changqing's smile was very warm. In his opinion, perhaps as a principal, he saw a promising junior. Then, when he first arrived at Fenghai City, he brought him to see the whole Fenghai City. It did not matter. Anyway, he had nothing to do. He was idle anyway. Moreover, this child's words and actions were really insightful. His facial features were also not exaggerated, but he really had some skills. As for the dragon vein. For thousands of years, the dragon vein of Fenghai City had been determined. How could there be any other changes? If there were to be any, it would be a real joke. I can't see it. Zhuo Xiaoduo shook his head in confusion. At this moment, he was very disappointed and lost. Judging by the meaning of the words just now, there should be the existence of dragon qi. But in reality, there was clearly no such thing. Except for such a contradictory situation, it was really a blow to him. Then let's go down. Yi Changqing smiled. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded. He could not see anything. If he did not go down, could he still live in the sky? No matter how disappointed or unwilling he was, he knew when to advance and retreat. Yi Changqing smiled and once again flew straight with Zhuo Xiaoduo and slowly descended. They flew horizontally for 7,000 to 8,000 meters and descended about 100 meters. Zhuo Xiaoduo still looked back unwillingly. At this moment, the two had passed the position of the dragon's head and arrived in the sky above the middle of Fenghai City. According to the dragon vein, the two were now close to the dragon's body and belly. As they flew forward, Zhuo Xiaoduo still looked back from time to time. Suddenly, at a certain angle, he clearly saw the 8 dragon veins converging from 8 directions to the northwest. The dragon's head was surging, and there was a faint feeling. The feeling of rushing to be the first. Perhaps, there were benefits on the other side? Or could it be that they could only rush to the sky from there? Or there was some kind of peerless ferocious beast chasing after these 8 dragons. They were all fleeing for their lives in a hurry. Zhuo Xiaoduo's consciousness was in a trance. He seemed to have vaguely thought of something, but his mind was blurry and difficult to clear. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The two had fallen straight down from the sky. The landing point was the courtyard of the villa where he and Li Chenglong lived. The location where he talked to Yi Changqing just now was actually the same. Yi Changqing's landing posture was extremely gentle, just enough to ensure that he landed. He was still sitting on the chair in his original position. At this moment, the world was completely dark. The curtain of night had officially fallen. The headmaster's control is really unprecedented. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but flatter him. When he thought of this, some vague thoughts that were still lingering in his mind just now were completely dispelled. Little rascal. Yi Changqing smiled faintly and said, how can such a shallow method be associated with unprecedented and unprecedented? The 2 little guys from the Xiang family are coming to find you. I'll go back. You can do it yourself. With a chuckle, his body suddenly disappeared, leaving no trace behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head and saw the door creak open. Li Chenglong came out of the room with Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing. Have you been here all this time? Why didn't I see you just now? Li Chenglong's eyes were full of disbelief. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned and looked at Li Chenglong. Swollen, what do you mean? Why did you bring people to our house? There's no food or drink inside. Did you bring them here to invite me to dinner? Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing smiled apologetically. Hello, class monitor. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt more and more that something was wrong and instinctively became alert. Why are these 2 suddenly so polite to me? This is not right. There was something very wrong with this. As the saying goes, if one is polite to a wise man, he must have a request. These 2 have big plans for me. In an instant, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if he was on a battlefield. A creepy feeling of being coveted arose spontaneously. Let's make it clear first. I don't have money. Zhuo Xiaoduo said righteously, and I will never treat you. The three of them were speechless. How much can a meal cost? Do you have to be like this? Even if you want to amass money, you don't have to save so little money. Seeing the three of them come together, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew their intentions very well. He turned his head to look at Li Chenglong and happened to see swollen, slightly evasive eyes. He could not help but understand. A dog's stomach really can't hold 2 tails of oil. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed. Class monitor, I heard that you have aged vanilla orchid here. Xiang Bing was a straightforward person. When she saw that Zhuo Xiaoduo was trying to evade the topic, she simply asked directly and went straight to the point. What vanilla orchid? I don't have it. No, and it's aged. You're so particular about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more straightforward. He flatly denied it with an innocent face, as if he really did not have it. He was very confused. Xiang Bing could not help but feel angry. The other owner, Li Chenglong, had already taken the initiative to confess. You're still stubbornly resisting. Aren't you just trying to buy it? You're really good at amassing money. Chapter 392. With Zhuo Xiaoduo's stingy character, he didn't want to give it away so easily. At the very least, he wanted the other party to give him a bargaining chip that was full of sincerity. A bird in the hand is better than 10 in the bush. No matter how great the Xiang clan's reputation was, it was still not as practical as tangible benefits. However, this vanilla orchid was indeed obtained by Li Chenglong through painstaking efforts. Moreover, it was Li Chenglong who brought people here today. Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly couldn't bear it and simply agreed to Li Chenglong's plan. Li Chenglong didn't find the vanilla orchid by chance. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew this better than anyone else. Ever since the two of them left the safe area of Phoenix City and entered the meteorite plains, he had been searching for it. Along the way, Li Chenglong did not know how many of those dark red and bare mounds he encountered. He even deliberately passed through the most dangerous areas in the core of the plain. After finding the vanilla orchid, he stopped looking for other resources and sped up all the way to Fenghai. The reason was self-evident. Moreover, Li Chenglong's Li clan was only a small clan. Thinking of this, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't hesitate anymore and directly handed the decision to Li Chenglong. On the other side, after hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's declaration, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong immediately fixed their burning eyes on Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly, along the way, Li Chenglong dug up hundreds of such caves. Only when he found that troublesome herb did he stop looking for it. Just this hard work is something I can't afford. I hope the Xiang clan doesn't think it's easy to get it. How can there be so many coincidences in this world? Only painstaking efforts and sincerity can achieve it. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong nodded repeatedly. Xiang Chong said emotionally, to the Xiang clan, this kindness is more important than a mountain. Although I, Xiang Chong, don't have much ability, I can make a promise on behalf of my Xiang clan. I won't let Vice Class Monitor Li's hard work and sincerity go to waste. Xiang Chong said heavily. This promise didn't seem to say anything, but it already represented that anything was possible. What's there to lose? We're all classmates. It's only right that we help each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled, let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about swollen face and Miss Xiang's bruised nose and swollen face. Judging from the situation, it's very likely that she'll continue to be beaten in the future. Just take swollen face's apology in advance. Xiang Bing's face turned red as she glared at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Class Monitor Zhuo had a strange charm. His ability to attract hatred was unparalleled in the world. Just a moment ago, he was still talking about serious matters, and even when he was determined to help, but the words coming out of his mouth always made people unable to help but have the urge to beat him up. Until now, Xiang Bing's face was still bruised and her nose was crooked. She looked like a female hooligan who had just been beaten up for a territory and had returned in defeat. The vanilla orchid was really too important. After Xiang Bing heard about it, she couldn't care less about herself. But Xiang Chang's eyes flashed. He looked thoughtfully at Li Chenglong and then at Xiang Bing. Then he laughed and said, "Class monitor Zhua, don't worry. Accidental injuries are inevitable in a fight. How can Bing be angry? We're both doing this for the future of martial arts. There's no need to apologize. You're exaggerating. He laughed. In the future, I'll have to rely on Vice Class Monitor Li to take care of Bing. Li Chenglong laughed and scratched his head, saying, "Actually, it's pretty good. When I fought with Xiang Bing, I beat her up. Ahem, I had a lot of fun. I improved a lot." Xiang Bing heard someone's words and made a gurgling sound in her throat. She was so angry that she almost suffocated. Xiang Chang's expression was also interesting. Zhuo Xiaoduo even had a feeling that he couldn't bear to look at them. Xiang Chong said, "Class monitor Zhuo, can I see the vanilla orchid you kept?" "Why can't you see it?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was very straightforward. Since he was determined to do a favor, he didn't want to drag it out. He quickly understood that if it was okay, then it was okay. If it wasn't, then forget it. This point had been reminded countless times in his father's messages. As the saying went, teach your son in front of others, teach your wife behind others. However, Zhuo Changlu never taught his son in front of others. As for Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian's education, he usually taught them about the ways of the world through his mobile phone. When he encountered something, he suddenly had an epiphany and felt that it would be beneficial for his son and daughter. He would just type a few words over. If he sent a message over, he could ignore it. There was no need to reply. If he sent it 3 times and still didn't reply, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaonian would have to write a report on the 3 points mentioned above. It couldn't be less than 5,000 words. There had to be evidence to prove that he really understood and understood. Zhuo Changlu also passed by as if nothing had happened. All kinds of things were done quietly through his mobile phone. For example, Zhuo Changlu once sent a message about giving gifts as a favor. When you're out, you have to socialize. When you're single, you have to ask for help. If you need to give a favor, you have to make a prompt decision. Make the favor real as soon as possible. Don't drag it out, don't leave people hanging, and don't make them wait. If you drag it out, it'll turn into resentment. If you hang it out, it'll turn into hatred. If you wait, it'll turn into enmity. Don't mention it before you give it away. Don't mention it after you give it away. If you don't give a small gift, it'll be heavy. However, when you speak, it'll be light. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew he still did not understand these words. However, this did not stop him from strictly following Zhuo Changlu's instructions. Even if he could not figure it out now, there was no harm in thinking about it in the future. No matter what, his father's life experience was much greater than a young boy like him. There was nothing wrong with trusting his father. It's right here. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. He invited the siblings into the living room and brought the vanilla orchid out of his spatial ring. He placed it on the cloudwood coffee table. In an instant, a fragrance that smelled like orchids and musk wafted into the air and filled the entire villa. The temperature in the room rose as well. Needless to say, Zhuo Xiaoduo had been nourishing this herb with the Flaming Sun Sutra all this while. 10-leaf. It's actually a 10-leaf cultivator. Xiang Chong stood up abruptly. Amidst his shock and bewilderment, he was exceptionally shocked. The extreme joy in his eyes caused his entire body to tremble. Li Chenglong, on the other hand, had a surprised expression on his face. 10-leaf? That can't be, right? He remembered that when he and Zhuo dug up the vanilla orchid, although it was a top-grade herb, it was only a 9-leaf cultivator. How did it sprout a 10-leaf cultivator in just a few days? Naturally, Swollen did not know that Zhuo Xiaoduo had many high-end items in his spatial ring. Just the top-grade jade of astral souls in the spatial ring alone was a peerless item in the world. Under the nourishment, the vanilla orchid had benefited greatly. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoduo had nourished the vanilla orchid with the Flaming Sun Sutra many times. It was only natural that its quality had improved. Swollen. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled. Since you're so eager to give it to the great beauty Xiang Bing, I'll give it to her for you. Li Chenglong, a man of steel, was dumbfounded. Why did I? On the other hand, Xiang Bing's face was flushed red. She stomped her feet angrily. However, the vanilla orchid was too important. She did not dare to be angry. Thank you, thank you. Xiang Chong was so excited that he began to stutter. An indescribable excitement rose in his heart, so much so that he could not stop trembling when he saw the vanilla orchid. Even now, he was still trembling. He did not expect this great contribution to fall into his and his little sister's hands just like that. Gentlemen, I have to make a serious announcement. Li Chenglong was dazed for a long time. Finally, he said seriously, this vanilla orchid does not belong to me alone. It belongs to me and Zhuo. It's true that I spent a lot of effort searching for this spiritual plant, but the fact that this spiritual plant can reach its current quality is all thanks to Boss Zhuo's care. Therefore, this gift to the Xiang clan is naturally a gift from both of us. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other and smiled from the bottom of their hearts. They said, of course, class monitor and vice class monitor. Zhuo Xiaoduo said casually, we're all classmates. There's no need for pleasantries. Now, it's more important to send it home. Why do I hear that not everyone wants old Master Xiang to be in good health? Yes, yes. Zhuo is right. After being reminded by Zhuo Xiaoduo, Xiang Chong hurriedly took out his mobile phone and contacted his family. Now that they were in Zhuo Xiaoduo's villa, they were naturally safe. In this place, no one in the whole of Fenghai would dare to be presumptuous. After all, the principal's house was just next door. However, if the siblings were to walk out without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth, Xiang Chong was absolutely certain that in less than a minute, their corpses would be strewn on the streets, and the vanilla orchid would disappear without a trace. Well, it would be best if they did not know where it was. The probability of it being destroyed on the spot was more than 90%. After all, there was still a chance if they did not know where it was. How could those people give the Xiang family any chance? Xiang Chong's report on the phone ended very quickly. He did not say much. He took a picture of the vanilla orchid and sent it over. That was it. However, after half a minute, or at most a minute, the sound of thunder could be heard. There was a loud rumble in the air, and a towering aura suddenly descended. The current master of the Xiang family, the backbone of the family, and the elders of the Xiang family flew over from 3 directions. They landed in the courtyard of the villa together. The leader was a burly man with a full beard. He strode towards the door. However, he did not push the door open directly. Instead, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. The door opened with a squeak. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong flashed out. Dad! Where is it? Let me see. The burly man was pleasantly surprised. He strode into the door. However, his height of 2.3 meters was too big. His forehead hit the door frame with a thud. With this collision, he himself was fine, but the entire villa shook a little. He touched his head as if nothing had happened and walked into the living room quietly. He saw the vanilla orchid at first glance. The complete product. It's really the 10-leaf orchid. Chapter 393. The burly man's eyes shone brightly and his breathing stopped. After a long while, he took a deep breath and turned to Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Class Monitor Zhuo, Vice Class Monitor Li, I'm Xiang Tianfei, the current head of the Xiang family. I'm also the father of Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong. I'm worried about the fragrant orchid grass and didn't realize my lack of manners. Please don't blame me. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked obedient and sensible. Uncle Xiang, what are you talking about? You're Lil Bing and Lil Chang's father, so you're Li Chenglong's and my elder. We're a family. How can you say that we're lacking in manners when we're a family? Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's eyes widened in an instant. That obedient looked really sensible. Coupled with that pink and tender face and that slightly shy blush, one couldn't help but have a feeling that this child is really good. Damn, here it is again. This is the Zhuo Xiaoduo from the Longhu ranking competition, when he faced the group of high martial arts teachers. He's really a 1,000-year-old fox. Whatever he pretends to be, he's exactly like it. The brother and sister were actually very impressed. The two admitted that they were far inferior to him in terms of his ability to change his expression at will. Xiang Tianfei was startled for a moment, then he burst into laughter. Good, not bad. In that case, Uncle won't stand on ceremony. This generous gift is really too much. Uncle will definitely repay you. Zhuo Xiaoduo had a sincere and honest look on his face, as if he had nothing to hide. What are you talking about, Uncle Xiang? You're too polite. We're already very happy that our family can use it. Especially Li Chenglong, I'm just afraid that our family can't use it. Ha! The previous sentence directly called him uncle, but this sentence directly referred to our family. It made one feel extremely close to him. Xiang Tianfei was stunned for a moment before he turned to look at Li Chenglong. His smile became even more affectionate. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, Li Chenglong, that brat, we've been looking for this all the way here. He's exhausted himself. Ha, this guy is really lucky. He really found it. Uncle Xiang, since we're here, let's hurry up and take the vanilla orchid home. I heard from Li Chenglong that this herb is quite precious. It's best to take it as soon as possible. What's that saying again? A long night is fraught with dreams. Xiang Tianfei said repeatedly, not bad, not bad. Little Worm and Little Ice Egg are really lucky to have classmates like you. Ha, since that's the case, Uncle Xiang won't stand on ceremony with you. My family has been waiting for this thing for more than 20 years. I'll send it home now. How can I miss such a good opportunity? Uncle Xiang, please. Xiang Tianfei smiled from the bottom of his heart. He picked up the vanilla orchid with both hands and put it into his spatial ring. Then, without stopping, he immediately took his leave. Outside the door, a total of 16 experts of the Xiang family stood in a defensive formation, waiting silently. The moment Xiang Tianfei stepped out of the door, he flew up into the sky without saying anything. The 16 people followed him in 2 rows, protecting Xiang Tianfei in the middle. They left in a flash like a storm. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't leave with their father. Because Xiang Tianfei was in a hurry to use the herb, he didn't have time to talk about many substantive issues. For example, the price? How to thank him? Even if he didn't mention it, such a big matter couldn't be settled with a simple thank you. However, before the two of them could say anything, they heard Zhuo Xiaoduo laughing loudly, his whole body trembling. Ha ha ha. Little Worm, Little Ice Egg. Ha ha ha, these names are really beautiful. Zhuo Xiaoduo held his stomach and swayed from side to side. He was overjoyed. Ice Egg. Ice Egg. Ha ha ha. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's feelings of gratitude instantly froze. What replaced them was embarrassment and anger. Shut up. Xiang Bing's face turned red. She said angrily, who doesn't have a nickname? There are people called Gooden, Gosheng, and Stinky. Don't you have a nickname? What's so funny? Zhuo Xiaoduo said proudly, Ice Egg, you're right. I've only had one name since I was young, Xiaoduo. There's no other name. Xiaoduo's name is so simple and easy to understand. Ha ha ha. Ice Egg, let me tell you, your father and mother are insulting you. If I ran away from home earlier, I would have turned evil. Ha ha ha, let me go back and fight with them. Xiang Bing was so angry that she almost had an asthma attack. Her eyes were as wide as copper bells. Zhuo Xiaoduo. Don't go too far. Let me tell you, I'll ask my father to beat you. Ouch. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. It's possible before today, but after today, your father definitely won't beat me. Do you believe me? Well, you definitely believe me. I guess even your brother won't dare to beat me now. What should I do? Why don't you ask Li Chenglong to beat me for you? Ha ha ha. Xiang Bing was so angry that her chest puffed up. She looked at Xiang Chong fiercely. Someone bullied your sister, and you're just going to watch. Go and beat him up. Xiang Chong smiled bitterly. First, I really can't beat him up. He's our benefactor, a big benefactor. Second, if I can beat him. Even if he's my benefactor, I'll choose to beat him up first. Sigh, let's not talk about other things. Class monitors was personality is really too weird. Xiang Chong was also from a big family. His experience and knowledge were far beyond ordinary martial cultivators. However, he had never seen or even heard of Zhuo Xiaoduo's personality before. He really didn't want to die from anger. His previous sentence was polite, but in the next second, he could anger you to death, drive you crazy, and make you so angry that your liver hurts. He was kind and honest to his elders, but he was so cheap to his peers. Should I say it or not? I haven't eaten yet. I remember saying it just now, but it seems like no one took it seriously. I'm so sad, I'm so sad. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned to Li Chenglong and asked, Swollen, are you hungry? Li Chenglong, I'm hungry. He was also confused by Zhuo Xiaoduo's actions. At this moment, his mind was in a daze, as if he had fallen into 5 miles of fog. I heard that there's a very special restaurant in Fenghai City. Zhuo Xiaoduo said with great interest, the ingredients in that restaurant are all astral beasts of the core formation stage and above. They use a special method to transfer the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the best piece of meat from the astral beasts. Then, it's made into dishes that retain the essence and spiritual energy of the astral beasts to the greatest extent. As for the vegetarian dishes, almost all of them are spiritual plants and spiritual herbs that are more than 100 years old. The wine is also made from spiritual roots and spiritual fruits that are more than 100 years old. It's really tempting. After hearing this, Xiang Bing and Xiang Chang's little faces turned as pale as bitter gourds. When Li Chenglong heard the benefits, he naturally had to play along with Zhuo Xiaoduo. He immediately showed a very interested and greedy look. Really? There's actually such a good place. Of course. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of reverie. He said with fascination, it sounds like a high-end restaurant. I wonder if anyone would be willing to treat us to a meal. Li Chenglong hesitated and said with uncertainty, it's just a meal. Don't you have that much magnanimity? That's not necessarily true. There are all kinds of people in this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo said earnestly, Swollen, you have to change your character. You can't go on like this. You're already so old, why don't you have any social experience? In this world, people don't have to treat you to a meal just because you helped them. What's the old saying? Treating you is a favor, but not treating you is reasonable. In our world, treating you is a favor, but not treating you is unreasonable. If you're unreasonable, then so be it. What can you do to them? Who knows, maybe he really did just say thank you and treat you to a meal. Zhuo Xiaoduo said disdainfully, you're thinking too much. Li Chenglong grinned. That can't be, right? Why can't it be? Usually, the bill is paid with star origin coins. Do you know what the bill is in that restaurant? It's the mid-grade star grade jade of astral souls, Swollen. Don't tell me you don't know the market value of mid-grade astral souls jade. It's so expensive. Zhuo Xiaoduo was still going on and on. Xiang Chong couldn't take it anymore and quickly stopped him. I'll treat you. I'll treat you. Class monitor Zhuo. You must be tired. Let's go. I'll treat you to a meal there. Take a rest, take a rest. Really? Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were filled with suspicion. Really? Xiang Chong promised. How can I accept that? It's really expensive. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked embarrassed. Xiang Chong felt that he couldn't keep up with Zhuo Xiaoduo's train of thought. It's my duty, my duty. All right. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was full of embarrassment. I didn't expect you to treat me for a month. All right, a month it is. We'll just eat there at noon and in the afternoon. There's no need for breakfast. It should save you a lot of money. Xiang Bing sat on the ground and stared blankly. A month? Who said it's a month? Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo, you've gone too far. I'll kill you. Xiang Bing was furious. She couldn't take it anymore and pounced on Zhuo Xiaoduo. Her 10 fingernails were shining and she hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's face. Help! Zhuo Xiaoduo fled. Li Chenglong had an idea and asked, Boss, do you need my help? Zhuo, why did you say that Xiang Bing asked me to hit you? Why should I help her? We're on the same team. When Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was stunned for a moment and was almost scratched by Xiang Bing's sharp claws. As he fled, he stole a glance at Li Chenglong. Bro, you're not called the leader of the Iron God sect for nothing. I'm completely convinced. After another 40 minutes, the four of them set off and headed for the legendary, first grade in the firmament. The reason why it took so long was mainly because Xiang Bing had to take care of herself. She went to the principal's house next door and used the principal's nutrition cabin to heal her injuries. Otherwise, you might as well kill a stunning beauty like Xiang Bing if you let her eat downtown with that crooked nose and swollen face. Chapter 394. First grade of the firmament. This was the name of the restaurant, extremely domineering. Mainly because it had the capital to be so domineering. In this restaurant, there were no ordinary ingredients at all. There were all kinds of heavenly treasures and spiritual herbs, including special ingredients that were extremely hard to find in the depths of the ocean. From the innate realm to the unlimited star beast meat, theoretically speaking, as long as you ordered in advance, this restaurant would be able to get it for you. One must know that some high-level star beast meat could cause an Origin Core Grandmaster to explode with just one bite. This was enough to prove the huge amount of spiritual qi in this restaurant. However, to eat here, not only did one need to make an appointment, one also needed to have a high enough cultivation base, and a large amount of jade of astral souls or other treasures that could be used to offset the price. It could be said that even the cheapest meal here, a bowl of white jade soul rice with a bowl of purple core grass soup, was not enough for an ordinary person at the bottom of the food chain. However, even though the price of the food was so high, there were always no empty seats here. Every day, there were 3 halls. In the morning, there were 9 tables for breakfast. In the afternoon, there were 9 tables for lunch. In the evening, there were still 9 tables for dinner. Other than that, there were also 9 tables that were not used easily. And that was all. This meant that the first grade of the firmament would only serve 9 tables of customers in the morning, afternoon, and evening market under normal circumstances, and those were the 9 tables that were not used easily. Only people above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. Only cultivators above the royal god realm had the right to eat at these tables. If you were only at the cloud transformation realm, under normal circumstances where all 9 tables were full. Even if you were able to bid 100 million jade of astral souls, you would not be allowed to eat at these tables. How many royal gods were there in the entire Fenghai city? However, the first grade of the firmament would rather keep the tables empty. Sometimes, the tables would be empty for a few months. The rules of the first grade of the firmament were so strict and domineering. The reason why they could go today was because Xiang Chong had called his father and asked for his membership card. Then, he had asked the family to send a royal god realm cultivator to accompany them. Only then did they have the right to eat at the royal god realm seats. If they followed the normal procedure, there would be no seats. The ordinary seats below had already been queued up for a few months. They had arrived at the first grade of the firmament. There weren't any buildings in this area, only this small building. The area within a radius of a few thousand meters was filled with soft green grass. There wasn't even a single luxurious vehicle to be seen. Normally, those who could come here to eat had already surpassed this level. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong secretly looked at each other. This was a grade 1 from the heavens. Just based on its external appearance, it was already far above Phoenix City's highest grade club, Brilliant Sky. Fenghai was indeed worthy of being the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties. It was not something a small city at the border of Phoenix City could compare to. What a waste. Seeing a god-reigning expert bring 4 juniors to the top floor, the diners all had looks of pity on their faces. Even if he were to spoil a child, he shouldn't spoil her like this. It was reasonable for the god-controlling cultivators to go up, but why would those kids, who were at most in the embryonic breathing realm of the innate realm, go up? They couldn't even digest the meat of a nascent soul transformation stage star beast. Bringing them up to eat the meat of a primordial elixir realm star beast. Wasn't it a waste? However, they were rich and willful, especially with a god-controlling cultivator bringing them along. This was something that couldn't be said. This is my first time coming to this place. Xiang Chong looked like he had just arrived. He grimaced and actually looked timid. I've been here 3 times, and I've always come with my father. Xiang Bing raised her hand and smiled proudly. Xiang Chong was speechless. Suddenly, he felt that it was unfair in his heart. He brought his daughter here but not his son. He suddenly felt that he wasn't his biological son. Humph, are they really twins? It's too unfair. This place is so expensive. Li Chenglong obviously didn't understand why they had to come here for a meal. After all, from a normal point of view, just treating someone to a meal here was already a huge favor. Was it really worth it to waste their friendship on such a place? Xiang Chong started to order the dishes, and Zhuo Xiaoduo started to read the introduction in the room. There were several thick books. After flipping through them, he passed the introduction to Li Chenglong and walked out. With an obedient and honest look, he went to the lobby manager to get close to him. The manager was very patient with the guests brought by the Xiang family. He answered all their questions patiently. After a short while, all the fragrant dishes were served. Zhuo Xiaoduo also returned to his seat, satisfied with his inquiries. Eating was secondary. Gathering information was the main purpose. However, if he didn't come with the Xiang family, Zhuo Xiaoduo would have to wait at least half a year to eat here with his own ability. This was already the most optimistic estimate. He ate his meal with a satisfied expression and even drank some wine. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong said goodbye and left. Not bad, not bad. Bing Dan, little worm, from now on, we don't owe the Xiang family anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and waved his hand. Together with Li Chenglong, they disappeared into the crowd. Behind them, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing didn't have time to react. They didn't understand the meaning of Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. They just waved their hands subconsciously, and Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong disappeared. These 2 classmates of yours are really not simple characters. Behind them, the middle-aged man who accompanied them to eat all the way said. This man was also tall and sturdy. His curly beard was almost the same as Xiang Tianfei's. The only difference was that he was a few centimeters shorter, his beard wasn't as thick, and his eyes weren't as dignified and sharp. Second uncle, what's wrong? Xiang Chong was still puzzled. This was Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's second uncle, the younger brother of the head of the Xiang family, Xiang Tianxiang. When they were eating just now, they introduced each other briefly. After that, they didn't talk much. This was a meal for the younger generation to get closer to each other. Xiang Tianxiang was very clear about his position. He was really just an accompaniment, a tool that allowed them to have such a meal. At this time, he couldn't put on the dignity of an elder. Instead, he had to reduce his sense of existence as much as possible. First, he seemed to deliberately take advantage of you to give you a sense of balance. You feel that you won't owe him much in the future in school. This is taking care of your feelings. Otherwise, if you're in the same class and have to face two classmates who owe each other a big favor every day, you too will unconsciously feel inferior. Also, you'll always be in a disadvantageous position psychologically. This is extremely detrimental to your state of mind. If that's the case, the friendship of giving the vanilla orchid won't be maximized. Because you don't get along well with the two of you, there will always be grudges between you and the Xiang family. More or less, there will always be regrets. Therefore, this meal was arranged. From your eyes, you can see that he doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't know that things are expensive. He's eager for quick success and instant benefits. He's taking advantage of your kindness and taking advantage of you. Thus, you've reached a balance in your hearts. Because you've indeed paid a huge price, you don't owe each other anything. Everyone is equal. After all, you've paid a sky-high price for this meal. Ordinary people may not be able to afford it even if they save for a lifetime. Don't you understand? The main purpose of this meal is to take care of your feelings. It's purely for the two of you. It's not that he wants to eat or take advantage of you. Do you understand? Xiang Tianxiang saw things very clearly. This was the value of a mature adult, as well as an experienced and knowledgeable person. I still don't understand. Second uncle, what you said is so confusing. Xiang Bing was still confused. Idiot. Xiang Tianxiang reprimanded without any trace of politeness. He genuinely wants to be friends with you. He doesn't just want to be your benefactor. That's why he said that last sentence, from now on, he and your Xiang clan don't owe each other anything. Xiang Tianxiang recalled the whole process of the meal. This kid has an exquisite heart. He's talented. Even if you try to learn from him, you won't be able to learn it. There's really no comparison between people. The brother and sister lowered their heads and pondered. Think about it carefully. Even if he said that we don't owe each other anything and dispelled any possible discomfort between the two of you. In reality, can our Xiang clan really erase this favor? Our Xiang clan owes him a huge favor. But this favor is owed by the entire Xiang clan. It doesn't include the two of you. From now on, this favor has nothing to do with the two of you. Brilliant. You've preserved the existence of the favor and taken care of your classmate's self-esteem. Moreover, you've also obtained the information he wanted. Xiang Tianxiang sighed. These two classmates of yours are both shrewd. You must get along well with them in the future. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing nodded. Xiang Bing's face twisted. She said, Second uncle. You said that this guy took care of our self-esteem. Didn't you hear during the meal just now? He's a bastard. Every word he says makes others feel uncomfortable. It's as if he feels uncomfortable. How annoying. She recalled how Zhou Xiaoduo said, little worm, and ice egg, just now. Xiang Bing still felt that her hands were itchy. She really wanted to beat him up. A faint smile appeared on Xiang Tianxiang's face as he said, that's right. Every word he says makes you want to beat him up uncontrollably. But, you just want to beat him up, right? Have you ever thought of killing him? Xiang Bing was startled. Why would I kill him? We're on good terms. Why would I want to kill him? You're on good terms. Didn't you say that he's a bastard? Why can't I kill such an annoying guy? Xiang Tianxiang continued to smile. It's not that bad. I just want to beat him up. Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong answered at the same time. If someone wants to kill him or deal with him, what will you do? Xiang Tianxiang asked again. Of course, I'll save him. The two answered at the same time. Xiang Tianxiang laughed. However, he only laughed along the way. He didn't say anything else. When the two asked, he only said, think about it yourself. Chapter 395. Then, he laughed heartily to himself, as if he had encountered something funny. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing were confused. Brother, why do you think Zhuo Xiaoduo asked about the source of those ingredients? Xiang Bing secretly asked Xiang Chong. Xiang Chong could not figure it out either. He pondered for a moment and said, I don't know. Maybe he hasn't seen it in his hometown and wants to broaden his horizons. That's why he asked. That's normal. Phoenix City is too remote. Xiang Tianxiang followed them with his hands behind his back. At this moment, he finally could not help but look at his nephew and niece. He sighed and said, Tonight, second uncle has something that you must remember. Second uncle, please say it. People like Zhuo Xiaoduo won't say anything meaningless. Xiang Tianxiang said, do you two really remember it? Although it's only a meal tonight, it means a lot to the two of you. I hope that the two of you can think about it carefully from the very beginning. Think about what each sentence means, what purpose it has, what effect it can have. Who is being taken care of, who is being praised, who is being highlighted. The feelings of both sides, the feelings. Why would such a person ask about the source of ingredients for no reason? As Xiang Tianxiang spoke, he also sighed. What a monster. At least, when he was their age, he would never have thought of so many things. He would never have been able to do such a thorough thing. Why did Zhuo Xiaoduo pass those thick introductory books to Li Chenglong after reading them? And when Li Chenglong read those books, he seemed to take longer than Zhuo Xiaoduo and read them very carefully. Could it be? Thinking of this, Xiang Tianxiang was shocked by his own thoughts. Could it be that there was something that he hadn't seen completely? At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were strolling in the downtown area. Fenghai City was different from Phoenix City. This city was much bigger and the nightlife was also very rich. Although it was already 10:00 at night, the street they were strolling on was still crowded with people. The shops on both sides of the street were also brightly lit and filled with people. It's so prosperous. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dazzled and could not help but exclaim. Li Chenglong followed from the side and said softly, back then, during our first trial, we obtained a lot of resources in one go and exchanged them for a large amount of contribution points. Old headmaster, he came to talk to me. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked forward slowly, as if he did not hear him. At that time, the principal asked me how I found so many treasures. Was it a coincidence or some other reason? I told him the truth. Li Chenglong said. Then, the principal told me that Xiang Huangren, the vice principal of Hidden Dragon High School, was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Then, he told me to do my best to find a suitable vanilla orchid. Even if I couldn't come to Hidden Dragon High School, I had to find a way to help you find it and pave the way for you. So, when you said that the vanilla orchid was mine, it was wrong. It belonged to both of us, Li Chenglong said. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said, why didn't Grandma he tell me? Li Chenglong snorted and said, who doesn't know that you're a money grubber? If I really told you, even if we found it in advance, you might have sold it. I really don't know how to explain it to the principal. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said unhappily, am I that kind of person? Li Chenglong rolled his eyes and said, you're that kind of person. You're the kind of person who always maximizes benefits. A bird in the hand is worth 10 in the bush. Today, when I saw you push things to me, I felt that something was wrong. I know that you want to build up some connections for me, but that's not necessary. When we came together. When we leave, we have to leave together. There's you and me, and vice versa. No matter what happens, we'll shoulder it together. If there's any benefit, we'll naturally enjoy it together. Li Chenglong said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I don't need to differentiate between us. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and said, if you don't need to, then you don't need to. Look at how serious you are. It's as if I've done something to you. Are you afraid that I'll abandon you? Li Chenglong snorted and said, do you think I don't know you? No, no one knows what you're thinking in your heart. Don't be fooled by your cheerful face, as if you don't care about anything. You're a person with a deep heart. Only sincerity can be exchanged for sincerity. You're reasonable, but you're only reasonable to your own people. Li Chenglong sighed softly and said, Zhuo, you've never purposely shown your intelligence. In fact, you're not necessarily worse than me in terms of meticulousness. In terms of the ways of the world, you're much better than me. I don't want any misunderstandings between us. We'll always be the closest person to each other who can turn their backs to each other. Li Chenglong said seriously. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and patted Li Chenglong on the shoulder. He said, it's such a beautiful night. Let's talk about something happy. Don't make it sound like I'm bullying you. Li Chenglong snorted and said, you're making it sound like you're bullying me. There's someone selling cotton candy in front. Zhuo Xiaoduo said excitedly, I'll buy you a cotton candy. Come, little swollen, give me a smile. Li Chenglong was not teased by him, but he was made to spit out the tea when he suddenly laughed at the system. Get lost. You dare to tease me. Do you believe that I'll really deal with you when I get back? Amidst the banter, the two teenagers happily walked through the crowd. A small crisis that could not even be considered a crisis quietly passed by. Just as Li Chenglong said, although Zhuo Xiaoduo acted cheekily every day, he understood everything in his heart. In fact, he understood it better than Li Chenglong. If Li Chenglong had just gone with the flow and accepted the fact that the vanilla orchid belonged to him, then he would have received the Xiang family's support. What Li Chenglong could have received was the support of the Xiang family in exchange for the Phoenix City's Li family's prosperity. He could have also married into the Xiang family in the future and had a smooth life. Moreover, Li Chenglong's aptitude was not bad and his knowledge was profound. It was expected that he would reach a high position in the future. However, he would have lost a true friend because of this. A true brother would have become an ordinary friend. Perhaps in a short period of time, the two of them could still play around and have a good relationship. However, they would never be able to return to the sincere feelings they had when they were in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. Because at that time, the two of them got it together. Although a brother did not care and let you enjoy it alone, if you really enjoyed it alone, you were insensible. How many friendships would be destroyed over such a small matter? Li Chenglong saw this point very clearly. Perhaps Zhuo Xiaoduo really did not care, but Li Chenglong could not pretend that Zhuo Xiaoduo did not care. Because even if they were brothers, they could not bask in the limelight endlessly. That would not last long. When Zhuo Xiaoduo denied it in the first sentence and agreed in the second sentence, Li Chenglong had a feeling that something was amiss, so he hurriedly explained. When Zhuo Xiaoduo proposed to buy cotton candy for Li Chenglong and flirt with him, it meant that he really did not care. By the way, since you've explained it, I'll accept it. As Li Chenglong said, there was only sincerity in a brother's friendship. If you give sincerity, you'll get sincerity in return. However, sincerity was the hardest thing to give. Perhaps the old principal had really instructed him, or perhaps Li Chenglong's family had received the news. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not intend to ask about these. This was no longer important. Swollen was still swollen. This was a person who treated him sincerely and was on his side. It was enough to know this. Why should he get to the bottom of it? The two strolled back and bought a lot of things. There was a lot of food and toys. Of course, most of them were for fun. Li Chenglong took a fancy to a transparent, snow-white dog jade sculpture. When he wanted to buy it as a decoration, he was strongly opposed by Zhou Xiaoduo like never before. Li Chenglong really liked it, but Zhou Xiaoduo also sincerely opposed it. The two almost got into a fight because of this. In the end, Li Chenglong succumbed to Zhou Xiaoduo's abuse of power. He was angry but did not dare to say anything, so he gave up on this good feeling. He really did not understand. That white jade dog jade sculpture was so beautiful. Why did Zhou Xiaoduo not like it? This person was really strange. No one followed us. Li Chenglong's first sentence when he returned to the villa was, "I remember that we have a lot of enemies in Fenghai. No one will deal with us for the time being." Zhou Xiaoduo was very sure. He said lightly, "If we die or something happens to us as soon as we arrive in Fenghai, I dare to guarantee that none of the families in Fenghai will survive. There is no need for other forces to make a move. The Hidden Dragon High School will be the first to make a move. They can't afford to lose this face. If they can't protect us when we arrive in Fenghai, no genius students will choose the Hidden Dragon High School in the future. And those clans who have a grudge against us are not fools. Not only will they not act rashly, but they will also think of ways to protect us. It's still the same reason as before. If their enemies cause harm to us, they will still be the ones to suffer in the end." Zhou Xiaoduo laughed and said, "So, for at least 3 months, we will be safe and sound. We can play as much as we want." "That makes sense." Li Chenglong immediately said, "Zhou, I found that this Hidden Dragon High School is not simple. In these 2 days, I have inquired a lot of information. This Hidden Dragon High School's upper management is almost the core of a storm." "Oh. Can you be more specific?" Zhou Xiaoduo lay on the sofa. The entire Hidden Dragon High School's upper management includes 1 principal and 8 vice principals. 1 is the head of martial arts, 1 is the head of literature, 1 is the head of teaching, 1 is the head of weapons, and 1 is the head of tactics. Li Chenglong began to list the information he received in the past few days. Among the 8 vice principals under the principal, the first one is Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, Xiang Quangren. He is also the sworn brother of the current principal, Yi Changqing. He is a hardcore supporter. If it wasn't for the fact that he was besieged and plotted against by the UMNO alliance more than 20 years ago, he would still be the second person in the Hidden Dragon High School. In that battle, although Xiang Quangren defeated his opponent, he was splashed with the water of the River of Forgetfulness. Since then, his body has been smelly and it is difficult for him to appear in public. Otherwise, the Hidden Dragon High School would not have become the chaotic situation it is today. Rumor has it that there are other suspicious points in this matter. The one who did it is said to be the UMNO alliance. However, this matter has not been confirmed. Li Chenglong's eyes flashed. "You must know that a few decades ago, the Hidden Dragon clan was at its peak. It was a good time for the clan to be at its peak. Several clans in Shangjing were racking their brains. They wanted to insert people into the Hidden Dragon clan. There were also a few local clans who were working on this matter." Li Chenglong revealed a sinister smile. Point 7 chapters, begging for monthly votes to make up for the previous 2 days. Monthly votes, recommendation votes. Subscription. Thank you. Chapter 396. Zhou Xiaoduo remained silent. Ever since Vice Principal Xiang was poisoned by the water of the River of Forgetfulness, there were 3 major changes in the Hidden Dragon High School. First, a Vice Principal Lu escorted supplies and students to the Sun Moon Pass. First, it was for the students to gain experience, and second, it was to provide talents for the army. However, they were attacked on the way. It was said that the attackers were from the UMNO alliance. Vice Principal Liu did everything he could to protect the students on this trip, but his cultivation was crippled, and the 3 teachers who accompanied him were all killed in battle. However, they held on until the reinforcements arrived. All the students were safe and sound. When Vice Principal Liu came back, he was already on the verge of death. Although he managed to keep his life in the end, he had no choice but to resign from his position and retire in the family quarters. After a month, another vice principal Shi went out for a meal. It was just an ordinary dinner. However, he was inexplicably poisoned by the immortal intoxication. Finally, he was found in a room in the red light district with a naked woman lying beside him. Coincidentally, the reporters rushed in first, and then the people of Star Shield also rushed in. In just one night, the whole internet was boiling. The scandal of the corruption of the vice principal's ethics was immediately spread everywhere. Vice Principal Shi took the blame and resigned. He disappeared from Fenghai City. 19 years ago, during the Battle of the Sun-Moon Pass, a masked warrior broke into the battle at the critical moment. He fought against 23 UMNO alliance soldiers and stabilized the precarious battle line. However, he unfortunately died in the battle. His body was smashed into pieces. Later, a DNA test confirmed that he was Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng. In the will left by Vice Principal Shi, there was only one sentence: "I am willing to sacrifice myself to serve my country. Can I get my innocence back?" Li Chenglong sighed as he said this. Vice Principal Shi participated in the battle with a mask. He started as an ordinary soldier. That year, he was ranked first among the top 10 desperados of the Eastern Army. After his death, his real identity was exposed. Marshal Dongfang was furious and ordered a thorough investigation. However, Vice Principal Shi's classmates were his classmates. After Vice Principal Shi's accident, his classmates and their families all died at home the next day. None of them were spared, and there was no trace left behind. And it's precisely because of the death of his classmates' entire families that the netizens speculated that it was Vice Principal Shi's revenge. As for that whore, her entire family died that very night. This matter has become an unsolved case. Even if Marshal Dongfang intervened, he wouldn't be able to find out the truth that was buried back then. As for the third matter, it was about Vice Principal Cheng, who was ranked last. Not long after Vice Principal Yu Shi's accident, his 2 beloved granddaughters were raped and killed. His 3 grandsons all died in the mouths of star beasts when they went out to train. Vice Principal Cheng resigned and disappeared from Fenghai. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that he is still in Fenghai. For more than 10 years, he has been investigating openly and secretly, intending to find out the truth of the case that year. However, it is also true that Vice President Cheng did not enter the Hidden Dragon School and left a vacancy. Hidden Dragon School, in less than a year, has lost 4 vice principals in a row. Li Chenglong sighed softly. "Zwa, now do you understand how deep the waters of Hidden Dragon School are?" Zwa Xiaoduo said indifferently, "What I am more interested in now is who is filling in. The first vice principal to fill in is Vice Principal Wei. He has a good relationship with Hidden Dragon School. Not only did he come from Hidden Dragon School, he was also Principal Yi Changqing's classmate. He was originally the chief of staff of Shangjing Garrison District, and now he is replacing Vice Principal Xiang's position. The second vice principal is surnamed Wu. It is said that he is a direct descendant of Shangjing's Wu clan. This vice principal came through manipulation. It is said that the Wu Yuntian you killed, and this vice principal Wu's Wu clan are from the same clan. It is just that they are from the same direct descendant, a branch. The third vice principal to fill in was originally Shang Jing's Ancestral Dragon School's teaching director. His surname is Liu. The last vice principal to fill in is surnamed Gao. He came from Shang Jing's Gao clan. The Gao sisters you killed were from Shang Jing's Gao clan's branch in Fenghai City. According to seniority, they are Vice Principal Gao's great-granddaughters. Originally, there was a rumor that these sisters caught Vice Principal Gao's eye. If they had good results in the Dragon and Tiger ranking tournament, they would be recorded as direct descendants of the main clan. Unfortunately, once they are impermanent, everything will be for naught. Li Chenglong shook his head and sighed. No wonder the two of us received such high treatment. The other students are squeezed into a dormitory, but the two of us have a villa. Moreover, it is right next to the principal's house. It is the principal's property. Sua, this whirlpool is not shallow. Sua Xiaoduo pondered for a long time. He did not speak. Why don't we transfer schools? Li Chenglong was not joking. He was sincere. After careful consideration, he put forward this suggestion. This was only mentioning the 4 vice principals. The other important positions, such as the head teachers of each class, had not been mentioned. The heads of the various departments had not been mentioned. This was simply a huge swamp that would make one feel despair as long as they understood it a little. This could no longer be described as a trap. A swamp. A bottomless swamp. One careless move and they would sink into endless despair. Transfer schools. Sua Xiaoduo raised his head in surprise. Where are we going now? You just mentioned the 4 vice principals. Aren't there 4 more vice principals? As for the other 4, even if only 2 of them are loyal to Principal Yi, and Vice Principal Xiang has just been released by us. Aren't we almost evenly matched? What's more? The things you said before were obviously traps and framings. They were just taking advantage of loopholes without any evidence. There are almost none of them who have openly fallen out with us. Sua Xiaoduo patted Li Chenglong's shoulder and chuckled, swollen, we are still far from the point of despair. You have to have confidence in yourself, and you have to have confidence in me, your boss. When have we ever been afraid of playing dirty? Li Chenglong sighed. His eyes were somewhat listless as he muttered, the problem now is that we are not as dirty as others. Sua Xiaoduo walked to the window and looked at the dark night outside. He said softly, it's not that we don't know how to play dirty. It's just that we don't want to play dirty. But if others really want to play dirty, we can also play along. He smiled faintly, we may not play dirty, but we can play more ruthlessly than them. Sua Xiaoduo's snow-white teeth flashed in the night. He laughed and suddenly opened his mouth wide to the twinkling lights of Fenghai City outside the window. He said softly, ah. The sound caused by this shout was actually very soft, and even the action was very funny. However, Li Chenglong did not feel like laughing at all. He only felt a chill down his spine. He seemed to feel that Sua Xiaoduo's mouth had swallowed all the darkness outside. Take a rest. Sua Xiaoduo said silently, the things you said are really too dirty. It makes me very uncomfortable. Li Chenglong was silent. Indeed, it was too dirty. The result was even more dismal. When he saw the conspiracy, all kinds of benefits, and all kinds of dirty means pouring into a high martial arts academy that cultivated talents for the mainland, and saw the teachers who were focused on cultivating the students, and some who did not even understand the dirty means outside the school, fall one by one to those dirty means. This feeling was as if his chest was about to explode from the suffocation. Sua Xiaoduo did not ask whether the families of these replacement vice principals had been investigated, because there was no need to ask. The investigation was certain, but it was also certain that nothing could be found. In this world, there were countless ways to frame a good person to eternal damnation, and there were no loopholes. Even if the whole world knew that this person was wronged, it was useless. A stink was a stink. The so-called justice and justice might be late, but it would never be absent. It was just a comforting saying. Even if it really came, would the justice of being late still mean anything to the person involved? How could the loss and harm caused be compensated with a slogan? With the power of these big families, big corporations, and big families, it was really enough to clean up all the dirty things. There were no loose ends left behind. There was only one way to deal with this kind of thing: immediately catch them red-handed when they were being framed. And there was a prerequisite: the other party had to be a core figure. As long as it was not a core figure, it could still be instantly cleared. Even if you knew that the other party was behind it, you still couldn't do anything to them. Unless they were completely disheartened and directly destroyed everything, regardless of whether you admitted it or not, they would directly destroy your whole family. But even so, it was still possible to be led astray and kill innocent families. A group of teachers who taught students in the school, many of them retired from the battlefield. On the battlefield, they risked their lives to kill. Flesh and blood were dripping. Knives went in and blood came out. Their minds were filled with killing the enemy. After retiring, their minds were filled with students, martial arts, the future of the students, how to send suitable talents to the battlefield. How could they be the opponents of politicians and schemers? They did not even need to think about it. Dirty, compromise, politics, darkness, and sneakiness. How could they be spared? Swollen, analyze carefully. Analyze and deduce according to the individual, don't do it together. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's very easy for people to have the feeling that this is something done by a group of people. But if you work hard in this direction, you're done for. You'll be directly led into a maze and can't get out. It's better to catch one and focus on digging down. Even if it involves another one, temporarily make a note of it and then throw it aside. Continue to dig up the original one and completely solve the first one, then talk about other things. Zhuo Xiaoduo said. Okay. It's not early, sleep early, there's still a battle tomorrow. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, don't think too much, there's still a lot of time. I'm going to sleep first. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned and went upstairs. This chapter suggests rereading from the end of the previous chapter. Chapter 397. Li Chenglong sat on the sofa, still feeling indignant and unable to calm down for a long time. His lungs were about to explode from anger. When he first heard these things, Li Chenglong already felt like he was about to have a cerebral hemorrhage. Now that it came out of his own mouth, he became even angrier. He faintly heard Zhuo Xiaoduo murmur a sentence. It's just that these people have never met unreasonable people before. Li Chenglong was stunned. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already gone upstairs and disappeared. Li Chenglong suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. For a moment, his hair stood on end. Because he thought of something. Zhuo Xiaoduo seemed to have never reasoned with anyone other than his own people. Even if he occupied the absolute height of reason, he still never said anything reasonable from his mouth. The so-called reason did not exist with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Including that time when Li Chenglong was beaten up by students from other classes, Zhuo Xiaoduo blocked the door to beat him up. The reason was completely on Zhuo Xiaoduo's side, but Zhuo Xiaoduo had never tried to be reasonable from the beginning to the end, and dealt with it in a normal way. I'm here to beat people up, or to be beaten up, not to reason. This was Zhuo Xiaoduo's style of doing things. Li Chenglong's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand Zhuo Xiaoduo's meaning. They had already used such dirty means, and they still wanted to look for evidence everywhere, and then take action after getting the evidence? In this world, how could there be so much reason to talk? As long as they were sure that they were on the opposite side, they just had to fight. One by one, there would be a time when they were right. It's a pity that our current strength is far from enough. If only Zhuo and I were at the cultivation level above the God-reigning realm, we could ignore everything else and directly fight. Li Chenglong muttered to himself. Zhuo Xiaoduo went upstairs and sat in front of the window. He wanted to calm his heart that was about to explode from the excitement just now. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Then, he suddenly did a few somersaults on the bed and hummed a little tune. Come on, it's fun. Anyway, there's plenty of time. Then, He winked at the mirror, woof woof woof. Oh. Wahaha. He really succeeded in making himself laugh. His gloomy mood was swept away. Only then did he take out the void extermination pagoda from his spatial ring. He put on all the weights that could be worn. He took out the training hammer from his ring and entered the Tower of Annihilation in a flash. The sound of the wind rose rapidly in the Tower of Void Extermination. But Zhuo Xiaoduo's bedroom was silent. In the morning, Class 1 officially started their first class. The whole class found that Wen Xingtian didn't seem energetic today. He even looked a little tired and dispirited. His whole person seemed to be haggard. Teacher Wen went to the podium and was silent for a while. He called out 4 or 5 people in a row and used his primordial qi to check the meridians of these people again. He was silent for a long time and said, "Your cultivation methods still need to be changed. After days of fighting, I found that I neglected a very important thing after analyzing your performance in the battle. That is, cultivation aptitude and personal intelligence are not equal. So, the few of you still need to change." When Xingtian paused and said, "Later, I will personally take you to the Pavilion of Martial Arts and choose a few secret books. The kind that doesn't need to use your brains." The true meaning of this sentence was very funny, but no one in the class laughed. Everyone could see that when Xingtian had racked his brains and spent a lot of effort in these 3 days of testing. The current situation of each student was firmly engraved in his heart. Then he carried out a comprehensive analysis. Everyone's name, height, weight, age when they started, what stage they were at, what achievements they had, the original direction of cultivation, how they changed to other cultivation methods, the best time to cut in. What kind of evaluation were the 3 touches and 5 comments, what level they were at, and what kind of talent they had. Who had habitual movements in the fist art, who had what kind of subconscious reactions in battle, whether they were good at dealing with different kinds of opponents. Who had long arms, who had short legs, who had long upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had short upper body and short lower body, who had strong bridge and horse but lacked flexibility, who was overly flexible but had an unstable foundation. Who had excessive pursuit of power, who had excessive pursuit of skill, who had a cold personality, who had a strong desire to kill, who had a big picture view, who was worthy of the student's reliance. Who was suitable to use a saber, who was suitable to use a sword, who was suitable to use other weapons, who was suitable for assassination, who was suitable to be trained as an assassin, who could be trained as a shadow, who could be trained as a general or a commander. Who was suitable to be a spy and carry out special missions. If they were to form a team, other than those who had already formed their own teams, who was the most suitable to form a team with and who could complement each other the most. When Xingtian had sorted out all of the above-mentioned matters once through. Now, it could be said that except for Zhuo Xiaoduo, all of the 35 students, himself, his parents, and his original teacher, did not know as much as Wen Xingtian. The effort he had put into this was unimaginably vast. For the past 3 days, the students had been fighting non-stop and cultivating non-stop. Wen Xingtian, on the other hand, had not closed his eyes for 3 days and 3 nights. He had been paying attention to the students and paying attention to every detail of the students. Every student was a book. Some were easy to read and understand and easy to set up. Some were like a deep pool that could not be immediately seen to the bottom. They needed to be explored, analyzed, and targeted. How can it be so easy to be a teacher, especially a teacher of high martial arts? This was what the old teacher in charge of the teaching group had said and when Xingtian had first joined the school. In the martial arts schools below, many of the teachers' cultivation levels are not high and their skills are limited. It is very easy for them to teach the students astray. They will impart their own habits, movements, and mistakes to the students. Therefore, in the first month of high martial arts school, the initial period is the most precious. You must discover all of their mistakes during this time and correct them as much as possible. In the first month of high-intensity battles, do not worry about the students getting hurt. Especially remember, in battles between people with similar cultivation levels, if there are frequent situations of rapid defeat or serious injury, the loser must have a major flaw or fatal mistake. The main purpose of the first month is to fix, to change, to straighten all these crooked trees. But for those students with strong personalities, do not force them to fix. Just let their personalities grow wild. Even if you die of exhaustion, within the first week, you must grasp all the information of all the students. Not only must you memorize it in your heart, but you must also engrave it in your mind and heart. In the past, when a teacher saw his own disciple fighting with the enemy on the battlefield, he should have won. But because of a habit that the teacher did not notice, he exposed a flaw and finally died in the hands of the enemy. He felt guilty for the rest of his life. He regretted it for the rest of his life. You must put your heart into it. You can be strict, you can scold, you can mock, you can use any method you want. But no matter what method you use, you must put your heart into it. Put your heart into correcting the flaws of your students, correct the shortcomings of your students. Give your all to your students, because the future of the entire continent is in your hands. That year, the old teacher's words echoed in Wen Xingtian's mind day and night. Since the battle at the Sun-Moon Pass that year, he had injured his meridians and felt that there was no hope for him to reach the top in this life. But thinking of his own talent and fighting experience, he was not willing to be buried in the battlefield like this, so he turned back to teach at the Hidden Dragon School. After 700 years of teaching, the number of students who came out under Wen Xingtian's tutelage had long been unknown. Perhaps there were high and low cultivation levels, big and small abilities, but none of them had any basic flaws or unnecessary actions. He was like a repairman who was strict to the point of almost obsessive-compulsive disorder. He trimmed each tree until it was straight to the point where it could grow into a tree. He nurtured each and every baby eagle until it could fly in the sky and absorb nutrients in the sky to grow. Then, he let it fly and soar in the sky. The Hidden Dragon School was plagued by internal and external troubles. Evil winds and evil spirits attacked from all sides, but it was still able to stand tall among the three great martial artists. It was because the Hidden Dragon School had such a group of brilliant teachers who could not be defeated and could not be defeated. All of them were the dreamlike strength of the high school that Yi Changqing had painstakingly brought up single-handedly. As the saying goes, a great teacher must have a great teacher before having a great teacher. This was a matter of order. There were many teachers like this in the Hidden Dragon School. Every one of them poured their heart and blood into their students. Every graduation season, the ones who cried the most often were not the students, but these teachers. This was because they had poured too much heart and blood into their students. They did not cry for departing, but for their own students. Once they left, those students who rushed to the battlefield would not survive for 10 years. The piles of bones that were sacrificed on the battlefield and turned into tombstones were filled with the heart and blood of the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School. Every death affected the hearts of the teachers. Every year, the teachers of the Hidden Dragon School would organize a group to go to the frontline cemetery to visit their deceased students. A teacher held onto his student's tombstone and cried bitterly, "I only hate that I taught you too well. Your bones are too hard. Child, even if you take a step back, so what?" In these 3 days and 3 nights, Wen Xingtian had created 36 files for each of his students. In the future, he would continue to add to the files as he discovered them. This was his compulsory course. He would do this homework every time he taught a new class. From now until the graduation season. At that time, every student's file would be at least a foot thick. The amount of heart and blood he had spent on this was unimaginable. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Zhuo Xiaoduo. After he had finished creating Zhuo Xiaoduo's file, he threw it aside. There is only one way to deal with this bitch, and that is to ruthlessly beat him up. Wen Xingtian looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes with great interest. This was a sign that he could go all out. Maybe some people will think that this chapter is too lame. Chapter 398. Zhuo Xiaoduo sat at the front. He felt that Teacher Wen was looking at him in a weird way. He felt more and more restless, as if he was sitting on pins and needles. Why do I have a bad feeling? This feeling is even worse than when I faced Teacher Qin that day. Zhuo Xiaoduo muttered in his heart. He could feel more and more that his homeroom teacher, Teacher Wen, was full of malice towards him, the freshly minted class monitor. Wen Xingtian's condition did not look good, but his actions were still swift and decisive. The first thing he did was to divide the students into 9 groups. The groups were not evenly distributed according to the number of people. For example, Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a single group. Li Chenglong, Xiang Cheng, Meng Zhangjun, Pai Yibao, Yu Yan, Hao Han were in the second group. Then there was Xiang Bing, Zhen Piapiao, Jia Kuang, and the others in the first group. The 9 groups were divided according to the current cultivation level and combat strength level of the individual. They were divided into 9 levels. This grouping is not fixed. Everyone can move forward to the next group. Whoever you can defeat, you can get 100 points from the target's current points as a reward for your victory. Everyone rubbed their palms together when they heard about the reward and punishment system. Teacher, what about me? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked. He was in the first group and there was no higher target. Who would he need to defeat to get points? Could it be that anyone could beat him? That would be awesome. You? Wen Xingtian said lightly, you are the target of everyone in the class. Anyone who defeats you will get 1,000 points. After all, you are the class monitor and the chief. Of course, there will be a special reward for defeating you. Considering that your strength is far above the other students can join forces to defeat you. It will be fine as long as there are no more than 10 of them. Oh right, you can't take the initiative to challenge anyone because your goal is to defeat me. If you can defeat me, my 7 million points in the Hidden Dragon High School will all be yours. Zhuo Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. 7 million points. What a great temptation, but your cultivation base is at the pinnacle of the royal god realm. With my shallow cultivation base, if I want to defeat you, let's not talk about how long it will take, but at the very least, it won't be something that can be done in 3 to 5 years, right? Most likely, he had used this trick to fool the previous first seats of the class, right? In the end, wasn't your 7 million yuan still the same? Cunning old fox, too cunning. Also, why do I have to lose 1,000 points every time I lose? Even if the others can't beat me, they can team up. What if I'm not in a good state and get knocked out by them? Wouldn't I lose a lot? Fuck, this was clearly discrimination, blatant discrimination. Zhuo Xiaoduo was not convinced, but he did not dare to say anything. He could tell that Wen Xingtian's eyes were scanning his face with malicious intent. If he said one more word, he would become Wen Xingtian's punching bag. A gentleman does not fight when the odds are against him. At this moment when he could easily get beaten up, Master Zhuo decisively backed down. As expected, Wen Xingtian looked very disappointed. Next was the martial arts theory class. Wen Xingtian taught the students not only by words, but also by example. For an experienced teacher like him, his rich experience in teaching was really to the point that it made people's hair stand on end. He could give countless examples according to each student's background, family, experience, and personality. He could give countless examples that were almost tailor-made for each student. The first time the students heard it, they would be able to hear it and remember it for the rest of their lives. After 2 hours of teaching, he took the students to the special martial arts field of Class 1. He messed up the order and started the fight again. After that, he continued to mess up the order and fight without any difference. Zhuo Xiaoduo was free at this time. He was alone on the side, training with weights. Wen Xingtian did not care about him. Right now, all his attention was on the other students. He realized that among all the students in Class 1, there were only 2 students who had the least amount of problems, or rather, almost none at all. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. These 2 guys did not have any fancy moves when fighting. Once they made a move, they went straight for the vital points. They treated the fight as if it was a real fight and the opponent was an enemy. When Xingtian admired the teacher who taught Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong in Phoenix City's No. 2 high school. This kind of fighting foundation almost did not need to be fixed. A student who did not have any flaws on his body was really rare. Even Li Chenglong, who was slightly weaker, was very good at seeking luck and avoiding danger in a fight. Seeking luck and avoiding danger here referred to the sense of danger and the choice to deal with the opponent's attack. If the opponent's attack was not dodged in time, he would make a judgment at the first moment and choose the position that would consume the least energy and not affect his counterattack to deal with the enemy's attack. This characteristic was too rare. One had to go through countless battles and reflect on his own shortcomings after each battle to come to a conclusion. He had to integrate this experience into his body and turn it into instinct. Compared to these 2 people, there were also people who had more outstanding performances, such as Xiang Chong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhongjun, and a few other children of aristocratic families. During the fight, every movement they showed was mixed with a kind of beauty. The women were more elegant, while the men were more chic. Although their movements were all inadvertent, it made the onlookers feel that it was very pleasing to the eye. They were full of heartfelt admiration. Smooth and natural, like moving clouds and flowing water. They were indeed children of aristocratic families. However, when Xingtian only snorted at this kind of performance, disdaining it. Beautiful? Chic? What was the use of it on the battlefield? Do you know how much effort you've put in for this posh? It required the cooperation of the whole body to achieve that kind of beauty. But on the battlefield, could beauty and chic kill people? Or would the enemy be merciful because they thought you were handsome and beautiful? Would you not win when you should win, and not kill when you could? The plot of not killing because of one's looks had always only appeared in novels. In a real battlefield, only the one who survived to the end would be the winner. Lying on the ground, no matter how beautiful, was still a corpse. When Xingtian spoke casually as he watched the battle. At the side, the teaching assistant was quickly taking notes. Every word and sentence was recorded in the book. Suddenly, when Xingtian rushed into the battlefield in a flash and slapped Xiang Chong 7 to 8 meters away. Xiang Chong was stunned and blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. When you retreated to dodge just now, you could have avoided me by stepping back. Why did you add a backflip? Are you retarded? Wen Xingtian's face was stern. I've already observed your movements 3 times. When you encounter a similar move, you will definitely use a chic backflip. When you don't need to turn sideways, you must twist your waist sideways. Are you fucking fighting or dancing? Also, when you attack, you must have one hand in front and one hand behind. If you attack with the front hand and defend with the back hand, it's fine. But your hands behind your back are used to make cool poses the entire time. Who taught you such a bad habit? Someone like you still wants to join the army? Even if there is a day when you can set foot on the battlefield, you'll have to fight on one side and die on the other side. You'll have a funeral for your family immediately. When Xingtian's words were harsh and sharp. Xiang Chong was dizzy from the slap. He was stunned for a long time before he said, "This. I've been practicing like this since I was young. Do you know what it means to advance and retreat like lightning, to send and receive at lightning speed without any sloppiness? What's the use of your sloppy movements? Are you trying to be cool or handsome? Are you here to go to school or to flirt with girls? No wonder your Xiang family's reputation has been getting weaker and weaker these years. Since Vice Principal Xiang retired, all of you have started to change from the Overlord family to the Bai family, right? You're like this, and so is your sister. Is this the current style of the Overlord Xiang family?" Wen Xingtian's voice was stern. "If you do this again, I'll break your legs and throw you back home. Do you think I won't dare? Well said. A majestic voice sounded from behind. Zhuo Xiaoduo followed the voice and saw an old man with gray hair and beard at the entrance of the martial arts gym. Although the person had gray hair and beard, he stood there like a towering mountain. His height was no less than 2.4 meters, and his stature was so imposing that it was hard to believe. He was as straight as a mountain, unshakable. That domineering and majestic aura gave people a feeling of invincibility at first glance. Thank you, Teacher Wen. The old man's voice was as loud as a bell. What kind of bullshit is this bunch of brats practicing? I just finished teaching those brats at home a lesson, and when I came over, I was so angry that I almost fainted. They deserve to be beaten up. They only know what real combat is after being beaten up so many times. Hearing this voice, it wasn't hard to guess that this was Vice Principal Xiang, who couldn't go out because of the water from the river of forgetfulness. This old man's face was still a little pale, but the domineering aura that overflowed from his body already showed the power of a fierce tiger coming out of the mountains. He really lived up to his reputation. When Xingtian turned his head and said without any trace of politeness, Vice Principal Xiang, congratulations on finally stepping into the Hidden Dragon High School. But I've taught for so many years, and I've never allowed outsiders to watch. Even more so, I don't allow outsiders to point fingers. Do you want to go out yourself, or do you want me to send you out? Hearing this, all the students immediately praised the teacher in their hearts. So awesome. This was directly driving the vice principal out without any hesitation. Teacher Wen, did you forget that your level is not as high as his? Xiang Kuangren didn't feel offended at all. Instead, he smiled apologetically and said, I'm here this time to see 2 people. Wen Xingtian frowned. It's your business who you want to see, but right now, you're delaying my teaching. Please, let's talk after class. Xiang Kuangren coughed and stopped talking. Wen Xingtian became impatient. He raised his wrist to look at his watch and said angrily, You've already delayed me for 2 minutes. Get out. Immediately. Chapter 399. All the students felt their scalps go numb. Is this the way to talk to the principal? Is there going to be a big battle? They had heard that Vice Principal Xiang Kuangren was also a ruthless person with a fiery temper. Judging from his words just now, it was obvious. Then, they heard something that should never have happened. Vice Principal Xiang nodded repeatedly. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I'll leave now. With a swoosh, he disappeared. The old man who seemed to have such a fiery temper and was as lofty as a mountain was chased away just like that. Teacher, you're awesome. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but exclaim. He could not help but admire Teacher Xiang. What are you shouting for? Come here, let me see what you have. Zhuo Xiaoduo was pushed to the edge of a volcano by his heartfelt words. When Xingtian had wanted to beat him up for a long time. Because this kid had been training by himself, it seemed to be too easy for him. Now, he finally found a reason to do so. Zhuo Xiaoduo was immediately met with a beating that was more intense than a storm. Yes, you didn't see wrong. It was a beating. When Xingtian suppressed his cultivation level to the inner core realm and then gradually increased it to the high-level inner core realm to fight with Zhuo Xiaoduo. From the beginning to the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo was suppressed to the point that he could not even breathe properly. However, this was also the battle that Zhuo Xiaoduo had fought to his heart's content recently. Fist techniques, footwork techniques, sword techniques, and all kinds of sword techniques were used one after another. He was fully immersed in the battle. In the end, he even integrated his knowledge of hammering techniques, such as lifting heavy weights as if they were light and lifting light weights as if they were heavy, into his sword techniques. He attacked Wen Xingtian relentlessly. Wen Xingtian watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo wielded the civet cat sword as if it was flying. Occasionally, there would be a ferocious strike that smashed down like a sledgehammer. Sometimes, it was just a sword, but it felt like a sledgehammer had smashed down on it. Then, he looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders and arms, Zhuo Xiaoduo's waist strength, and the rotation of Zhuo Xiaoduo's other hand. Suddenly, his eyes flashed. With a slap, he sent Zhuo Xiaoduo flying, following in the footsteps of Xiang Chong. As a result, squad leader Zhuo, who had been showing off his invincible might and brandishing his sword to his heart's content, was slapped by his sword. His entire body spun more than 400 times and was thrown 130 meters away. After his defeat, he was still feeling dizzy and confused. He had lost in a baffling manner and did not know what was going on. When Xingtian cast Zhuo Xiaoduo aside. "I'll find you tonight. Wait for me." Zhuo Xiaoduo was confused. "What's wrong?" When Xingtian had other plans in his mind, but he did not say them out loud. With his many years of experience on the front line and his many times watching Zhuo Xiaoduo's movements, he could not believe that this kid's sword was not his ultimate weapon. Was this kid's trump card a sledgehammer or a sledgehammer? He had to get to the bottom of this tonight. After making up his mind, he immediately focused all his attention on the other students. Only a strand of his mind set his spatial ring to a self-destruct program. If he encountered an accident one day and someone wanted to touch his spatial ring, the ring would self-destruct. Inside the ring were the files of the 36 students he had created. If this information fell into the hands of the enemy, it would be a disaster for this group of children. For an entire day. Then, he heard Wen Xingtian's angry roar. "All for show. It's all for show. Who are your teachers in the martial arts school? Misleading students. Zhen Piao, where did your bad habit of flipping your hair come from? How do you want to flirt with these few strands of hair? If you do it again, go shave your head after class. Are you here to study or to flirt? Xiang Bing. Are you looking for death because your inner demon is gone? Is the Xiang family's domineering attitude to be reckless and reckless? Can't you learn from Li Chenglong? His foundation is much weaker than yours, but his current strength is much stronger than yours. Don't you have any shame? Can't you leave some dignity for the Xiang family? I really feel sorry for Xiang Quangren. He has no successor, no successor. Pai Yibao. Where's your leg? Is your leg broken? Don't you know how to kick people? Why don't you hit a girl? Where did your bad habit of being protective of girls come from? Do you believe that I won't castrate you so that you won't have the right to be protective of girls in the future? Meng Zhangjun, what's with your posture of raising your hind leg when you stab with your sword? Are you learning how to pee like a dog? Do you need me to give you a nickname of pee with a sword so that the whole world will know of your heroism? Hao Han. Why did you retreat just now? Is the sword in your hand the only weapon in your entire body? Can't you hit your head? Can't you use your hands? Do you have legs so that you can walk? Don't you know how to kick people? Is your brain flooded with water or urine? Li Chenglong. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you only know how to hit Xiang Bing, or do you only know how to be ruthless to Xiang Bing? Why aren't you steel for other women? If you can't smash Shen Piao's nose in 1 minute, I'll break your legs and throw you out of Qianlong. Can't you grab and hit such long hair? What's the use of a woman's hair in battle? Isn't it so that you can grab and kill it like a chicken? Isn't your garrison shop known as the home of soldiers? How did you cultivate such a group of gentlemen? Are you fighting with women or drinking coffee with women? You're so polite. It was almost 2 levels higher. After this class, Li Chenglong's title as the leader of the Iron Steel sect became even more unshakable. The 3 beauties of Class 1 were each disfigured by him twice. The other female students were also sent into the nourishment cabin by Li Chenglong at least once. The leader of the Iron Steel sect was simply deserving of the title. Let's go eat. When Xingtian clapped his hands and said lightly, well, the results of the training are acceptable. He turned to the teaching assistant and said, "Don't forget to remind me in the afternoon to bring a cup of tea to moisten my throat." A big cup. Sua Xiaoduo and the others collectively felt a chill run down their spines. Was he going to continue his poisonous tongue in the afternoon? The students of Class 1 rushed to the cafeteria like a swarm of bees. In the first month of freshman, everything was free. Food was no exception. They could eat for free. At this time, the cafeteria was already filled with people. Sua Xiaoduo relied on his physical advantage and was the first to rush into the cafeteria. When he saw a table that had just been vacated, he immediately sat down. Then, he started to call out, "There's a table here. Come and take a seat." A few senior students were walking over with food. When they saw that their target had already taken a seat, they did not care and wanted to sit at this table. Sua Xiaoduo smiled innocently and said, "Seniors, I'm sorry. This table is taken. If there are only a few of you, you can eat together. However, there are so many of you. I have many classmates over there." Chapter 400. These senior students were wearing two-clawed golden dragon costumes. They were obviously second-year high school students. They were holding dishes in their hands and were calm and unhurried. Was this table taken? They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It had been a few years since they heard such a tone. This was the beginning of the school year and someone dared to court death. If the other party was a fourth-year or third-year student, it would be fine. But what was wrong with this first-year student? Was the newborn calf not afraid of the tiger? The leader looked at Sua Xiaoduo from head to toe and seemed to find him familiar. He couldn't help but say playfully, "I was wondering who was so arrogant. Daring to snatch our table. Isn't this the Sword King? Snatching your table?" Sua Xiaoduo was stunned and couldn't react immediately. "How could you talk like that? It seems that I've already sat down before you guys. I've already sat down and greeted my people. You guys come over and say it's your table." Sua Xiaoduo smiled and ignored him. He stood up and waved his hand, "Swollen, little bug, Bing Dan, There's a table here. I've already taken it. Come over quickly." Xiang Bing's face was red and she was fuming. She cursed her father 1,000 times in her heart. Can't he mention my nickname in front of anyone? Why did he have to mention it in front of this bastard? Then she cursed Sua Xiaoduo 1,000 times. What kind of occasion was this? How dare you speak such nonsense? Didn't everyone know about it? At this time, the leader of the students said lightly, "Sword King, Sua Xiaoduo, on the Longhu list, led Phoenix City second high to the top and took first place. He's known as a rare genius. But no matter how talented you are, it's not a reason to snatch our table." His eyes were sharp. "Get out of the way. This is our table. If you dare to snatch it again, we seniors will have to teach you a lesson." Sua Xiaoduo continued to greet them, "Come over quickly." He frowned and said, "What do you mean by your table? I was the one who sat down first. Wait a little longer, there'll be an empty table soon." "Okay. That's it." "What do you mean by that?" A girl in the opposite crowd sneered, "We clearly came first. What right do you have to occupy our table? You guys didn't even get a meal and just snatched a seat. How are you going to eat? We've already gotten our food. Let us out." The girl was very dissatisfied with Sua Xiaoduo's behavior. How ungentlemanly. He actually didn't give up his seat for a beauty. Although Xiang Bing and the others walked over, they didn't sit down when they saw the dispute. Li Chenglong asked, "Why don't we wait for a while?" "Why? I was the one who sat down first. First come, first served, do you understand?" Sua Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. "This is our table," the girl said angrily. Sua Xiaoduo laughed angrily. "Your table? Why don't you call it and see if it answers? Every time it was mealtime in the high martial arts school, this kind of fight over empty seats was a common occurrence. Everyone had their reasons, and everyone had their reasons. The girls said that it was their table, and it made sense. They did come over when they saw that there was an empty seat. However, before they came over, Zhuo Xiaoduo had already sat down. This was also the truth. Therefore, when Zhuo Xiaoduo said that the seat was his, it was only natural that they should have it first come, first served. Of course, Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know that the other party had already taken a fancy to this table. Even if he knew, he would not give it up. Just tell us, are you giving it up or not? A few of the second-year students were angry. They were no longer as calm as they were before. Sit down, all of you. Ignore them. I took the table first, so it's ours. Zhuo Xiaoduo kept calling out to his classmates and ignored the second-year students. The face of the leading boy became gloomier. What's wrong with you? Why are you being so unreasonable? Zhuo Xiaoduo stood up impatiently and said, the most annoying thing is to be reasonable. How can I be more reasonable than you? This is the high martial arts school, and we are martial arts students. Why waste your breath talking about reason? Come, let's fight. If you win, this table will naturally be yours. But if I win, I'll have to trouble you to find another table. Do you dare? Let's do it. The leading boy handed his food to the girl next to him and laughed. You asked for it. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School, every meal there would be people fighting over tables. This was a very normal thing. Often, in the time it took to eat a meal, there would be more than 10 fights outside the cafeteria. It was too common. However, it was the first time that a new student who had just entered the school for 3 days took the initiative to provoke a senior student. Many of the spectating students stopped eating and looked over with interest. This kid was too arrogant. He was simply courting death. Don't talk nonsense. I hate being reasonable the most, and I hate nonsense even more. I'm the only one here. Who's going to fight on your side? Let's go, let's finish the fight and eat. I'm starving. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned over and jumped down from the 3rd floor. As soon as he landed, he shouted loudly, the one upstairs, come down. Before his voice died away, a few rows of heads popped out of the cafeteria window. They were all there to watch the show. Everyone looked over and found that it was a strange yet familiar face. They couldn't help but talk about it. Someone already shouted, Sword King. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed and saluted with his hands folded. This is my first time here, and I'm not familiar with this place. Today, I'm going to embarrass myself here. Everyone, if you have money, please help me out. If you have money, please help me out. He actually spoke like a street performer. Everyone burst into laughter. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing looked at each other subconsciously, and then looked at Li Chenglong. Only then did they turn their attention back to Zhuo Xiaoduo. This isn't a way to make money, right? A white shadow flashed by the window, and the tall boy who was the leader of the other party also came down. He was calm and composed. Zhuo Xiaoduo, I didn't mean to embarrass you. But now you're the one who's being overbearing. At this moment, a person suddenly came out of the crowd and jumped down. He said lightly, Zhao Wensheng, it's just a fight. Why do you have to bully your new classmates? Just give me face and give the table to Zhuo Xiaoduo and the others. The person who came was also dressed in white. He was a 2-clawed golden dragon. Obviously, he was also a second-year student. This person was tall, handsome, and had an outstanding temperament. He had an extraordinary presence. When he stepped out, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Zhao Wensheng was even more shocked. Wu Yunhai. How come it's you? But why did you step out to help Zhuo Xiaoduo? Wu Yunhai was the elder brother of Wu Yuntian, who died at the hands of Zhuo Xiaoduo. He was also the cousin of Wu Yuntian. He was a member of the Wu family. With this, Zhuo Xiaoduo knew the general background of this person without any introduction. He couldn't help but tilt his head and look at Wu Yunhai. His eyes were full of curiosity. Would the Wu family really be so kind? Wu Yunhai smiled and said, I stepped out because I don't want the two of you to hurt each other because of a momentary fight. How can the Wu family break the rules of the life and death arena? Since Zhuo Xiaoduo came to Hidden Dragon City, he is our classmate and our junior. Even if we have no intention of becoming friends with him, we can't just watch him get bullied under our noses. What if someone instigated it to be our Wu family? Wouldn't we be wronged? So, Xiao Wensheng, how about we just let it go? Wu Yunhai smiled helplessly. Xiao Wensheng's face was gloomy. Now the whole school knows. How can I let it go? If it were you, could you afford to lose face like this? Wu Yunhai's face darkened. Then you must fight. Of course. In the cafeteria, the winner eats while sitting and the loser eats while standing. This has been the rule of Hidden Dragon City since ancient times. Why? Should I give you face now? Zhao Wenxing said angrily, it's just a normal fight for a table. Why did you bring up the Wu family? Wu Yunhai snorted and said, since it's like this, I'll fight with you. A senior bullying a new student. Even if I win, what's the glory? Many of the onlookers felt their jaws drop. Was this Wu Yunhai crazy? Why did he have to get involved when others were fighting for a table? This was a normal thing. Why did he have to get involved? At this time, another voice shouted from above. Wu Yunhai, get out of the way. Both sides are fighting for a table. You're the third party, what the hell are you blabbering about? Zhuo Xiaoduo came to Hidden Dragon High School. Can't he get beaten up? With the time you're causing trouble, both sides would have been settled long ago. Zhuo Xiaoduo raised his head and looked at the window above. He saw a person wearing Hidden Dragon High School's four-clawed golden dragon costume standing there. Although this person looked young, in his early 20s, the beard on his face had already begun to form. He was tall and broad, with a straight nose and a square mouth. He had a wide face and big ears. Although only half of his body was exposed, he was like an iron tower, full of power. This person's status among the students was obviously very high. Wu Yunhai finally took a step back and said, since it's like this, Brother Zhao, please show some mercy. Zhao Wenxing snorted and said, do you think I'll beat him to death? It's just a small punishment. Zhuo Xiaoduo stood in front of him. He finally frowned and said, are you guys done blabbering? Why is it so troublesome to fight in Hidden Dragon High School? Senior Zhao, you've been blabbering for so long. You've already finished eating. Are you sure you're not here to pick a fight with me? Zhao Wenxing snorted and said, you're right. Blabbering really does waste time. Come on. Before he finished speaking, he was already in a fighting stance. But just as he said, come on, he suddenly felt his vision go dark. He saw stars twinkling. Zhuo Xiaoduo, with his amazing speed, arrived in front of him in an instant. A fist smashed down brazenly. Zhao Wenxing's reaction was quick. He snorted and also punched out without dodging. Bang! The two fists fiercely collided. There was no room for hesitation. Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt a slight pain on his fist, but without thinking, he kicked out. Dragon Gate Kick. Chapter 401. However, when Zhao Wenxing and Zhuo Xiaoduo's fists met, Zhao Wenxing immediately felt that something was wrong. His opponent's strength was surging towards him like an avalanche. Zhao Wenxing's knuckles made a crisp cracking sound and a piercing pain quickly attacked him. Zhao Wenxing knew that something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Just as he leaned back, An unbearable pain came from his crotch area. Ow! Ah! Zhao Wenxing had just called out, but he forcefully held it back. However, cold sweat suddenly appeared on his forehead. His whole body was bent and he almost knelt on the ground. Zhuo Xiaoduo was slightly surprised and stared blankly for a moment. He didn't deliberately kick Zhao Wenxing's crotch. His goal was to kick Zhao Wenxing's lower abdomen. He wanted to kick Zhao Wenxing out and decide the winner. However, when Zhao Wenxing leaned back and retreated, the kick to his lower abdomen accidentally hit a vital point. Upstairs. The black-faced boy loudly said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo wins. Come up and eat." Then he turned around and walked back to his table to eat. Zhao Wenxing raised his hand and saw that his fist was dripping with blood. His knuckles had already sunk in. It was obvious that his injury wasn't light. He gritted his teeth and snorted, "You win. I'll eat standing." After eating 2 pills, he clutched his stomach and staggered up the stairs. Not bad. Zhuo Xiaoduo cupped his fists, "Thank you for letting me win." This Zhao Wenxing was really a man. He had an unyielding spirit. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo's kick. That kick appeared in the world, basically everyone who was hit by it would fall to the ground the moment they were hit. Their hands would cover the area where they were hit. There were very few exceptions. However, not only did Zhao Wenxing not fall to the ground, he was actually barely able to stand. If it wasn't for the black-faced boy announcing the winner, he would probably have fiercely counterattacked and continued to fight with Zhuo Xiaoduo. He wouldn't have given up just because of a momentary slip. The combat quality of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts students was very high. Zhuo Xiaoduo had seen through this, which was why he said, "Not bad." He wasn't speaking without thinking. The two of them went upstairs one after another. After Zhao Wenxing's pain subsided a little, he took his bowl of rice and walked to Zhuo Xiaoduo's table. He stood up straight and started eating. And he wasn't the only one. A few of his classmates also carried their own food and stood in a row with him, eating while standing. However, the people present were not surprised and were used to it. In the Hidden Dragon High Martial School, this kind of thing happened every day. There were many people, but there were few tables. If one wanted to eat quickly, they would directly use force to snatch a table. If they managed to snatch it, they would sit down and eat. If they lost, they would stand behind the winner and eat. If your companions are willing to be punished with you, then they can stand and eat together. If they don't want to be punished with you, then it doesn't matter. The fact that martial artists had to strive was something that could be said to be vividly expressed in any aspect of the Hidden Dragon Martial School. The 5 people who were eating while standing all had fire in their eyes. They could only watch as the competitors sat down and ate. They were gnashing their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Xiang Bing explained to Zhuo Xiaoduo while eating. Fighting over tables is very normal in the Hidden Dragon Martial School. It's very common. You must never let people sit down and eat, and also don't let other people sit down and eat. This is the rule. This is also the code of brotherhood. There are many every day. But it's inevitable that there will be revenge later. If martial artists don't even have this little bit of anger, then they don't need to live. Class Monitor Zhuo, with your personality. It's better for you to train hard. Otherwise, I'm afraid that in the 4 years of the Hidden Dragon Martial School, you will spend most of your meal time standing. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned. What do you mean? It mainly depends on who you hit. Usually, when a new student hits a senior, the senior students of the entire grade will feel uncomfortable. Take Zhao Wenxing, for example. He's from the 2nd grade's class 7. After today, I'm afraid that from time to time, the people from class 7 will come and fight over tables with you. If you can't beat them, then it depends on how long they want you to stand. If you meet those who seek revenge for the smallest grievance, they will come and fight for every meal. According to the rules, even if they come and fight for every meal, it's still allowed. The winner is respected, and the loser is humiliated. That's why I said that in these 4 years, you will have to spend most of your meal time standing. A sympathetic expression appeared on Xiang Bing's face. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted and said, I thought it was something. If you have the ability, then come and fight me. If the student you hit has a lot of means, power, or background, even if his class can't beat you, the class above him will make a move. So on and so forth. But if you have the ability, you can always fight back. Once you beat the senior students of the entire grade, no one will bother you anymore. Xiang Bing explained, of course, this is the worst-case scenario. It has never happened before. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded and couldn't help but praise, that's a good rule. In the future, when I come to this cafeteria, I will never have to worry about not having a table to eat. Other than Li Chenglong, everyone else was dumbfounded and speechless for a long time. Behind them, Zhao Wenqing's hand was dripping with blood. He said, Zhuo Xiaoduo, I admit defeat because I'm not as good as you. But my 4 classmates lost face with me. It's my fault. I will find someone to get back at them. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said, anytime. But to be honest, I admire you and your classmates. Just this spirit of brotherhood is worth a toast. The girl said angrily, it's too late to flatter now. We have to get back at you. We have to get your table back. Anytime. Zhuo Xiaoduo finished his meal as fast as he could. He poured the last half a bowl of rice directly into his mouth and laughed, you are welcome to trouble me tomorrow. After saying that, he stood up and walked away at lightning speed. Xiang Chong and Li Chenglong's eyes were filled with admiration and pride. Zhuo Xiaoduo could have sat down and eaten slowly. He could even eat until night time. According to the rules, Zhao Wenqing and the others would have to stand with him until then. However, the other party had lost and had to stand to eat with his friends. Zhuo Xiaoduo finished his meal as fast as he could and left. He ate really fast. Xiang Bing and the others had only finished a third of their food. He walked even faster and disappeared in a flash. According to the rules, as long as Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Zhao Wenqing and the others could sit down and finish the rest of the meal in peace. Although he didn't say anything, it was a kind of demeanor in itself. Anyone could see and understand. The young man who looked like a black iron tower at the next table looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo disappearing in a flash. His eyes were filled with admiration and he said, Zhuo Xiaoduo, not bad. When Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of the dining hall, he heard someone calling out to him. He turned around and saw Wu Yunhai walking over with a big smile. He gave him a thumbs up and said, as expected of the champion of this year's Longhu List tournament. You're really good. You can fight against someone of a higher level and win without breaking a sweat. I admire you. Senior brother Wu, you're too polite. Zhuo Xiaoduo said lightly. I didn't come here for any other reason than to get to know junior brothers Wu. I'm Wu Yunhai from Fenghai City's Wu family. Wu Yunhai smiled and said, in addition, the family head has solemnly instructed me to pass you a message of apology when I see you. In the life and death arena, one is responsible for one's own life and death. Previously, Yuntian was too overbearing. In the end, it was our Wu family's fault for not restraining him well. I hope junior brothers Wu won't take it to heart. Looking at Wu Yunhai's smile, face and aura, Zhuo Xiaoduo sensed that something was not right. Or rather, something was not right. However, the Wu Yunhai in front of him did not have any hostile intentions. This could be clearly seen from his facial features. Even his aura showed that he genuinely wanted to get close to Zhuo Yuntian. This discovery caused Zhuo Xiaoduo to be alarmed. He had killed Wu Yuntian in front of so many people. Wu Yuntian had been beaten to the point that not even his bones remained. It was the most miserable way to die. And now, the Wu family was not only looking for trouble, but also protecting him. Sending their disciples to make friends with him. This was the magnanimity of a big family, a smile that could wipe away all enmity. Was the Wu family really so magnanimous? An inexperienced young man might believe it. Besides, he was also eager to bury the hatchet with the Wu family. After all, he had just arrived at Fenghai City and was unfamiliar with the place. The Wu family was a local tyrant. It was better to avoid trouble if possible. Since the other party had extended an olive branch, why not accept it? What if it could really wipe away all enmity with a smile? But Zhuo Xiaoduo would never believe it. How could Zhuo Xiaoduo believe this sudden kindness? Not to mention the good intentions of his enemy's family, even if it was the good intentions of a complete stranger. Chapter 402. That day, when life and death were determined, it was too late for me to regret it. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed, as if he was truly regretting it. He said with all his heart, to be honest, Senior Brother Wu, before I came to Fenghai, my biggest worry was the Wu family's evil intentions. But after hearing what you said today, my heart is at ease again. I really didn't expect the Wu family to be so magnanimous. I'm really overjoyed. He held Wu Yunhai's hand and shook it again and again. He said respectfully, Senior Brother Wu, please go back and report to your family's old master that I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am deeply grateful. I hope from the bottom of my heart that I can bury the hatchet with the Wu family. When the time is right, I will pay a visit and thank the old master for his kindness. Wu Yunhai laughed heartily and said, there's no need to thank me. But the Wu family is always looking forward to Junior Brother Zhuo's visit. He sighed softly and said, actually, we were also thinking about what we should do if Junior Brother Zhuo enters the Hidden Dragon High School. How should we face him? To be honest, although we don't really understand the old master's order, we are also relieved. After all, in this world, it's better to have more friends than enemies. Wu Yunhai's feelings were also very sincere. He said, in the future, if you have any problems in the Hidden Dragon High School, don't hesitate to look for me. Even if I can't solve it, I will definitely mediate for you. He patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder and laughed, after all, there are many people watching you now. If something really happens to you, the first suspect will be the Wu family, ha 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 ha. He was joking enthusiastically and didn't mean anything else. However, the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes, his mind was already filled with 700 to 800 ideas. He laughed and said, that's right, that's right. Wu Yunhai clearly wanted to be friends with Zhuo Xiaoduo. His feelings were very sincere and he didn't hide anything. However, as for Zhuo Xiaoduo's thoughts, it was a matter of opinion. Ha, you don't know, but the matter of the life and death arena back then caused a huge commotion in our family. My fourth uncle, who is Wu Yuntian's father, was furious, and the old master was also furious. Ha ha ha. However, it seemed that the old man's attitude changed drastically after he received a phone call, and he immediately issued a ban. Otherwise, we might not be able to become friends today. Who knows, we might even be the ones fighting today. Wu Yunhai said joyfully. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked at Wu Yunhai and wondered if this guy was really brainless. How could he say such a thing? There was a lot of information in there. This was too. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed along. He seemed to be the same as Wu Yunhai, the type that was heartless. Sea of Clouds? Why are you here? Hey, isn't that Zhuo Xiaoduo? At this moment, two young men walked over from the other side. The moment they saw him, they were pleasantly surprised and walked over. Junior Zhuo, I've heard a lot about you. One of them said emotionally. You and Yunhai seem to be chatting happily. Wu Yunhai snorted and said, if you want to befriend Junior Brother Zhuo, go ahead. There's no need to use me as a shield. It's not like I haven't seen the hysterical behavior of the Gao clan before. The two young men's faces immediately darkened. One of them said angrily, my sister was killed. Can't I be angry? To put it bluntly, I'm still angry when I see Zhuo Xiaoduo, but my family doesn't allow me to do anything about it. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. Hey, this guy's personality is quite interesting. The other one frowned and said, "Third brother, how can you say that?" The one who spoke in front was speechless. The person in front had a three-clawed golden dragon on his chest. He sighed softly and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo. Junior Zhuo, I'm Gao Qingxiang. This is my younger brother, Gao Qingyun. Gao Yenner, Gao Pinger in the life and death arena, is our sister and cousin. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, this. To be honest, I don't want to meet you face to face, and I don't want to be friends with you either. But during this time, we've been tied together by fate. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly. Because nothing can happen to you. If something happens to you, our family will be the biggest suspect, just like the Wu family. So in the next period of time, let's get closer to each other. Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled honestly. Thank you very much. I'm really ashamed that the Gao family is so righteous. Gao Qingxiang sighed softly and said somewhat helplessly, "What do you mean by righteous? You're a smart person. You can't not understand our feelings. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm very uncomfortable with interacting with you more. But it can't be helped. This is the family's decision. Junior Zhuo, I just hope that you're not that kind of annoying person. Otherwise, I'll feel wronged for our family's good intentions." That won't happen, that won't happen. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sternly, "The enmity has already been formed, it's just karma entanglement. I don't have much hope for the so-called turning weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. I just hope that we can live in harmony, that's my optimistic wish." He put on a sincere attitude and said, "Seniors, since you've already said so, it's enough to show that you're upright. If I say anything else, it'll only be awkward. It's just that at the life and death arena. Sigh, I was like an arrow on the bow. I had no choice but to release it. Now that I'm talking about this, how can I not cry?" Zhuo Xiaoduo looked up at the sky and sighed. His face was full of sorrow. At that time, the life and death arena was broadcasted live on the internet. It was Wu Yuntian who forced both sides to sign the agreement. The whole world could bear witness to this. He seemed to be very sentimental. He looked up at the sky and sighed, "What is this?" Then, he also left with a heavy heart. On the way back, Zhuo Xiaoduo walked very slowly. He was analyzing the three people's words inch by inch. From their expressions, talking, and revealing their true feelings, he thought back and judged. Zhuo Xiaoduo came to a conclusion. These three people didn't seem to be pretending. They were all sincere. This meant that they really came to meet him. They really didn't want to help him at all. But because of the family's order, they had to pinch their noses and help him. That was basically what they were thinking. But, what was the reason? According to Zhuo Xiaoduo's sinister personality, he would definitely not think on the bright side and think for everyone's sake. He would only habitually consider and think in the worst direction. There must be a conspiracy. Zhuo Xiaoduo immediately came to a conclusion. Chapter 403. In this situation, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that the two families are under great pressure. Someone with a high status is pressuring me, putting my safety on the same scale as their family's survival. That's why they're doing this. First, they're showing kindness to me to the greatest extent to dissolve the knot in my heart. The second possibility is that they want to kill me. They're already plotting, but they didn't tell the young people in the family. They're using the young people's impulsiveness to pass me false information. They're even using this to create an illusion to create an atmosphere for future attacks and get rid of suspicion. But no matter which one it is, they'll kill me sooner or later. Turning hostility into friendship is a joke. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked with a melancholy expression on his face, as if he was really depressed, regretful, and troubled. But in his heart, countless thoughts flashed through his mind in the blink of an eye. I'll discuss it with Swollen tonight. This situation is very different from what I predicted before I came. It's completely inconsistent. 2 heads are better than 1. We need to brainstorm and come up with a countermeasure. As he walked forward, Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, and Xiang Chong caught up with him from behind. Zua. Yes, finished eating. There should still be a group battle in the afternoon, right? Li Chenglong said, glancing at Xiang Bing as he spoke. Xiang Bing didn't want to be outdone. She glared back. Yes, Teacher Wen is still trying to figure us out. This battle should continue until Teacher Wen confirms that he knows the ins and outs of each of us, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo grinned and said, in addition to continuing to figure us out in the afternoon, he should continue to be sharp-tongued. Especially after this meal, I think many people will forget something. There will definitely be a good show in the afternoon. Hearing this, Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing's faces turned pale. This was especially true for Xiang Bing, who was a carefree girl. After eating this meal, her mood had already soared. Her heart was filled with the glory of winning the table. She really forgot the nightmare in the morning class and was still excited at the moment. After hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Luckily, Zhuo reminded him. Xiang Bing glanced at him gratefully and hurriedly reviewed the scolding, beating, and mistakes she had made in the morning. This was a big deal. At this moment, an old woman walked towards them. She had a head full of silver hair and her entire body was filled with a gloomy aura. She was as thin as firewood and her eyes were gloomy. She looked like an evil spirit that had walked out of hell. Wherever he passed, the surrounding students, even those who were not close to him, could not help but take a step back. The aura that flowed from this person's body made people and ghosts stay away. Xiang Chong and Xiang Bing stood still and greeted respectfully, "Greetings, Granny Yu." The old woman rolled her eyes and said eerily, "Call me Granny sure." This voice was like a gust of cold wind that came from the depths of hell. When people heard this, they really couldn't help but shudder. They shuddered, goosebumps all over their bodies, and their hair almost stood up. "Hello, Grandma sure." Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong hurriedly changed their greetings. Their faces were pale. It was obvious that they were very afraid of the person in front of them. This Granny sure stood in front of the 4 people. Her body was frighteningly thin, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Her pair of flickering eyes looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo and said, "You're Zhuo Xiaoduo?" Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned and said, "That's me." "Hello, Granny sure. Come with me. I want to ask you something." Granny sure said lightly. As she spoke, she walked forward, not giving Zhuo Xiaoduo a chance to hesitate and refuse. "Sister-in-law, why are you here?" Wen Xingtian's figure suddenly appeared. He chuckled and said, "Why are you here?" "Ha, are you looking for Xiaoduo?" "Sister-in-law, if there's anything, why don't you tell me directly? I promise to do it properly. What can a little kid do?" "Get out of my way." Granny sure said eerily, "What? I'm looking for your disciple, and you're jumping out and interfering. Don't worry, I won't beat your baby to death." When Xingtian looked embarrassed and said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo is new here. He's not familiar with many things." "Sister-in-law, you." I said, "Get out of my way." Granny sure sneered and said, "You're really a good teacher to love your disciples so much. However, Wen Xingtian, your brother has been framed for so many years." "Where are you, Wen Xingtian?" Wen Xingtian's face was pale. He said softly, "Sister-in-law, we've always been working hard. When have we ever slacked off?" Hee hee. Working hard, never slacking off. What's the use of letting your brother sink to the bottom of the sea? Granny Shi's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. She said word by word, "Are you going to get out of my way?" Wen Xingtian hesitated for a moment. He stepped aside and said softly, "Sister-in-law, there's something wrong with this kid's brain. He'll talk nonsense from time to time. If he offended you in any way, please be magnanimous." He. Granny Shi laughed eerily. Her white hair fluttered in the wind as she walked away. Wen Xingtian looked at Sui Xiaoduo with a complicated gaze. He said softly, "Go, you have to talk to your Granny Shi properly." "Okay." Sui Xiaoduo agreed and followed Granny Shi. On the other side, Wen Xingtian turned his head and looked at their backs. He sighed and said, "Go back and train by yourself. Continue to fight." As soon as he finished speaking, his body moved and disappeared without a trace. Wen Xingtian appeared in the headmaster's office in less than 2 seconds. "Headmaster, Mrs. Shi took Sui Xiaoduo with her." Yi Changqing was stunned when he heard that. Then, he stood up abruptly. His expression was extremely complicated. Why did she look for Sui Xiaoduo? "I don't know." Wen Xingtian said, "I didn't stop her. Mainly because I didn't dare to." "Headmaster, if you have time." Yi Changqing's expression kept changing. He sighed deeply. "You didn't dare to stop her, but I did." Yunfeng was framed back then. Who didn't know? For so many years, we couldn't find the murderer. How can we face Mrs. Shi? Wen Xingtian looked gloomy. "Yes, I feel guilty about this. I really don't have the face to face her. I feel guilty too. Every year on Yunfeng's death anniversary, I don't have the face to see him." Yi Changqing stood up heavily and sighed. "Forget it. I'll go and take a look." Sui Xiaoduo followed Grandma Shi for a few steps. Suddenly, he felt his body become light. Grandma Shi had already grabbed him and lifted him into the air. He only felt dazzled. After a series of changes in the air, he had already left the Hidden Dragon High School and arrived at a small courtyard. It was a very dilapidated courtyard. The courtyard was full of weeds. It was unknown how many years it had been since the place was cleaned up. The weeds were as tall as a person. It was a mess. There was only one stone path, which was buried in the weeds. With a creak, Grandma Shi pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with Sui Xiaoduo. The door opened. What greeted them was a huge picture that took up an entire wall. It was an old man with a square face, sword-like eyebrows, and a short beard. The old man was sitting on a chair with one hand on the hilt of his sword. The long sword in his hand was cold. The light in his eyes seemed to be projecting out from the picture and shining directly on Sui Xiaoduo's face. The aura of righteousness and grandeur that hit him in the face. It was a living room. There were 2 sofas, a coffee table, and a few benches. It was neat, clean, and spotless. It was like a different world compared to the desolation outside. It was as if this small and clean place was the only thing left in the entire human world. The mortal world outside was just a pile of weeds. There was no need to care about it. Sui Xiaoduo suddenly felt uncomfortable. Back then, Shi Yunfeng was the vice principal of the Hidden Dragon High School. He was cautious and conscientious all his life. Grandma Shi was also an excellent teacher who taught and educated people all her life. She had sent many talents to this human continent. She was full of heart and soul, wholeheartedly defending this continent of astral souls. She racked her brains and worked her heart out. However, in this cruel world, a vice principal was framed and forced to death. It made Grandma Shi, a high martial arts teacher who was passionate about teaching and educating people, feel so desolate in her heart. Her hot-blooded heart was completely cold. Her wholehearted heart turned into ice and snow. There was a couplet on both sides of the picture. It was obviously written by Grandma Shi herself. The first couplet was, loyal heart and righteous blood, a gentleman should stay in the netherworld. The second couplet was, iron horse and ice river, the human world is not worth it. Zhou Xiaoduo sighed in his heart. He felt inexplicably depressed and sorrowful. Loyal heart and righteous blood go to heaven because the human world is not worth it. How disheartened was this? How cold and despairing was this? On the four walls, there were numerous military medals and commendations displayed in front of him. There were more than a dozen tables on the left that filled up the rest of the space. There were letters all over the table, one after another. Every single one of them was opened. Grandma Shi came into the room and put down Zhou Xiaoduo. She looked up at the huge picture and said softly, "Old man, I'm home. Wait for a moment. I have something to do first. I'll go and cook. After I'm done, I'll warm the wine for you." She spoke as if the husband was still alive and the wife had gone out to buy groceries. It was a conversation that couldn't be more normal. The person in front of her didn't seem to be a picture, but a living person. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He stood in front of the huge picture and bowed deeply. The heroic spirit is always here. Zhou Xiaoduo. Grandma Shi turned her head and looked at Zhou Xiaoduo. Seeing him bow, there was finally a trace of warmth in her eyes. She said, "Do you know who I am? Do you know where this is?" Zhou Xiaoduo said respectfully, "You are Grandma Shi, the wife of Vice Principal Shi Yunfeng. This is Vice Principal Shi's home." Grandma Shi smiled faintly. "I didn't expect a new student to know about Vice Principal Shi. You must have done a lot of homework." Zhou Xiaoduo said with emotion, "Vice Principal Shi is a first-class figure in the world. He's a great man with a loyal heart and a man of steel. Although I'm a junior, I've heard of such a heroic figure." Grandma Shi's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, "Don't you think that Vice Principal Shi is a debauchee with a corrupt character?" If old Shi had the awareness of a child like you, how could he be forced to death? Old Shi, you can't even live as thoroughly as a child." Granny Shi looked up to the sky and exhaled. She said indifferently, "Everything in this room is the letters that Shi Yunfeng has received from his students all these years. None of the students that he has taught have ever believed that their teacher would be that kind of person. Even though old Shi has been gone for a long time, his students still keep writing to him, reporting their situation. Some of the things that they encountered, some of the difficulties, some of the puzzles, are just like before. The students always believe that their beloved teacher can solve their problems. Every time we get a military medal, we will send it to old Shi to tell him that his efforts were not in vain. His students will always believe in him. The students are accumulating their own merits little by little, using their monstrous merits to clear old Shi's name. Many of the letters in here have become relics. Many students died on the battlefield, but they didn't have anything to commemorate them with. Many of their family members came here. I found the students' letters for them and brought them home, becoming their last memento." Grandma Shi smiled bitterly. "The children are all good children, all good children. It's a pity, a pity." Zhou Xiaoduo sighed softly. Looking at the portrait, looking at the pair of bright eyes under Principal Shi's sword-like eyebrows, he only felt that his heart was unusually heavy. It was so heavy that his heart felt as if it was going to explode. "All these years, I read the letters for old Shi every night. This was old Shi's favorite thing to do when he was still alive. He would make a cup of tea and then quietly read the students' letters in the study room. Sometimes, when the military medals came with the letters, he would be happy and call me out to cook a few dishes and boil a pot of good wine. So now, every night, I have to read a few letters for him, boil a pot of good wine, and cook a few dishes for him. What he is most happy about, most worried about, and most concerned about are these children. I haven't died. Even if I am scolded in the face when I go out, I won't die. I want to live. I want to live to see the day when the injustice is redressed. I want to see the murderer and kill the murderer with my own hands. Otherwise, if I die, I can't bring the news here. Old Sure will continue to be aggrieved. A person can be aggrieved to death, but as a ghost, we can't be aggrieved anymore. It's said that justice and justice may be late, but it definitely won't be absent. I will take it as true and wait for the day when I'm not absent. The real murderer is just a life and death battle. They have benefits to seek, and I hate their despicable methods. But in a life and death battle, with the addition of a white blade, one can't live under the same sky. I don't feel aggrieved. But I feel aggrieved. Those people whom I can't do anything to. Those so-called ordinary people who don't know the truth. With the slightest instigation, the world will be pointed at by thousands of people, and the world will be full of curses. Grandma Sure said calmly. I once thought that when the injustice is redressed, I will do my best to massacre 10 cities and bury them with my husband and me. But now that I think about it, even if this wish comes true, what's the point? If Old Sure knew in the underworld, he would definitely not agree. He used his whole life, his heart's blood, and his life to protect everything on this continent. How could he allow me to carry out such a crazy massacre? Grandma Sure trembled and tears streamed down her face. But I really don't feel happy in my heart. Those people who may have been used or incited to scold others. Can they shirk all their crimes just by saying that they don't know the truth and that they are not guilty? When the time comes to redress the grievances, do you think you can write off all the sins of the past with a simple sorry? Zhuo Xiaoduo could only remain silent towards this sharp question. This question had been an unsolvable question since ancient times. Since ancient times, there had been too many foolish people. When the hero who protected the country was framed by a treacherous official and beheaded in public, the countless people who were protected by them all applauded and cheered loudly. Another corrupt official was killed, and the court and the commoners were cleared. When the generals who had been through hundreds of battles were framed and killed, many people who didn't know the truth scolded the rebels and ran around to spread the news. They were so excited that their faces were red, thinking that the borders were more secure and their livelihoods were more stable. When the heroes who had served the country and the people were defeated in the political battle and were torn apart in the city, there were still countless people who had tried their best to seek benefits for them. The scandals of the high-ranking people were always the eternal topics of the lower class. Who cared if you were wronged? Some people might say, what's wrong with me scolding you on the internet? If you have a clear conscience, what's the point? However, when there are people who want to manipulate the arrangement, a few words you casually say can become a drop in the monstrous waves that can crush people to death. Since ancient times, people's words were the most fearful. How could they be false? As the saying goes, if you are condemned by thousands of people, you will die without a disease. The room was quiet. Grandma Sure quietly gasped for breath for a long time. After a while, she said, I invited you here today for a reason. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, Grandma Sure, please say. Xiaoduo will definitely not refuse to help if it is within my power. Grandma Sure was silent for a while and said, a few days ago, the 5 Swords Qin Fangyang, who was known as one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, came to see me. Teacher Qin. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes lit up. May I ask Grandma Sure, where is he now and where is he going? I don't know. Grandma Sure said, Qin Fangyang is much younger than us, but in terms of reputation, he is still Old Sure's senior. 70 or 80 years ago, he was already one of the top 10 fugitives. And Old Sure, it was only 20 years ago for a short period of time, and that last battle. Zhuo Xiaoduo coughed and didn't answer. He thought to himself, Teacher Qin is really awesome. At that time, his cultivation was not even at the cloud transformation realm, but he was actually able to make such a name for himself on the battlefield. It is enough to show that he is blessed by the heavens and has the luck of a main character in a novel. Qin Fangyang made a special trip here to tell me that he has taken in a disciple called Zhuo Xiaoduo, and that he will be coming to study at the Hidden Dragon High School soon. However, it is not that he wants me to take care of him, but he said that this Zhuo Xiaoduo is not only proficient in the art of qi observation, but also has the supernatural power of divination. He can predict life and death, and is especially good at observing the fate of people. There is nothing wrong with his predictions. If I have something and really don't have a clue, perhaps I can use this Zhuo Xiaoduo to find another way or find my way home. Grandma Shi's pair of withered and sunken eyes stared fixedly at Zhuo Xiaoduo as she said, "That's why I invited you here today for this purpose." Chapter 405. She slowly closed her eyes and muttered, "I really want to know how long it will take for me to clear my name. I've stayed long enough in this world. If I can, I don't want to stay in this dirty world for even a second longer." Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart trembled. From Grandma Shi's hateful tone, he could tell that she was so tired of the world that she and her husband had loved and protected for their entire lives. She hated it so much that she couldn't wait to leave. If it weren't for the hope of clearing her name, she might have killed herself long ago and chased after her late husband. Zhuo Xiaoduo sighed deeply, raised his eyes, and stared at Grandma Shi's face. It was a face full of wrinkles, without any luster or blood, like a mummy. There were layers of fog and haze. Although there was a blue sky, it was far and high. Zhuo Xiaoduo tried to use his luck points, but there was still no effect. It seemed that this Grandma Shi was also a super expert. "Grandma Shi, please write a word." "Let me see." Zhuo Xiaoduo said in a deep voice. Grandma Shi took a deep breath and turned to look at her husband's portrait. The expression in her eyes changed and slowly turned into tenderness. It was because of him that she was bound by the mortal world, suffered bitterly, and spent her life, but she still had no regrets. "June, are you okay in the netherworld?" She sighed softly. She wrote a word. Feng. That was Principal Shi's name. Zhuo Xiaoduo looked carefully and muttered, "This is a mountain with the tip of a blade. Countless people below are working hard to break the blade and reach the peak." But Zhuo Xiaoduo's face showed disappointment. He didn't say what he wanted to say after that. Because the blade was in the middle and he couldn't go. If he went, he wouldn't be able to become a Feng. From here to there, but because the two ends couldn't reach the shore, it became neither this nor that, and there was no chance of survival. Grandma Shi, Feng means the same peak and also the same blade. The meaning of the peak of the mountain is also the peak of the blade. Feng and Feng have the same meaning. The mountain comes from the left, and there are plentiful harvests under the blade. Plentiful as in plentiful harvests. This is to show that Principal Shi's 1,000 years of hard work in teaching has brought about a bountiful harvest of students. And now, the strength of all the students is fighting against the blade above their heads. Plum blossoms and peach blossoms don't speak of their own path. You reap what you sow, you reap what you sow, you reap what you sow. Even if the song is high and few, the garden is still full of melons and beans. The wind cannot be broken. But when it turns to the left of the mountain, it is still a peak. When the tip of the saber ascends higher, when there is no longer a mountain pressing down on the top, it can merge with the power below and become the Feng sound. It is still the Feng sound. It's hard to get rid of injustice, and it's hard to shift the edge of a blade. We can only wait for the wind to blow and the mountain to fall. Only then can we see a clear sky. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned deeply. He said, "Peak and Feng, there is no distinction between upper and lower case. They can exist together. In other words, the truth of this matter is about to come to light. All we have to do is wait for someone to bring it up. And the injustice can be redressed." Yes, it was time to clear his name. But Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't say what the public's opinion would be. The haters connected to the internet wouldn't care whether you redressed his name or not. They would continue to spew whatever they wanted and scold whatever they wanted. It was still the same sentence. The law couldn't punish the masses. Even if the consequences were serious and appalling, those who didn't know were not guilty. The truth is about to come to light. However, this news was like a super bomb to Grandma Sher. It made her feel dizzy. This was good news that she had never heard before. For a moment, her whole body trembled. Although she had been bitterly persevering, painstakingly waiting for the day when the injustice could be redressed, in fact, her heart had long been in despair. Just like what she said before, justice and fairness might be late, but it would not be absent. She would just take it as real and wait for the day when it would not be absent. She knew clearly how difficult it was to overturn this matter. For so many years, Yi Changqing dragged his sick body and had been running around for these things, but it was to no avail. The angry protests of many students also didn't cause any splashes. Marshal Dongfang had almost checked all the families in Shangjing and Fenghai, but it was also in vain. He wanted to take revenge, but he couldn't find anyone to take revenge on. He wanted to risk his life, but he couldn't find anyone. How could he end this enmity? At this moment, when she heard Sui Xiaoduo's words, she was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Really? Grandma Sher asked with a trembling voice. Really? Sui Xiaoduo nodded his head in affirmation. His face was solemn. But in his heart, he kept muttering. The divination was indeed like this, and the divination was also explained in this way. But this mountain is on the left. This left. It can't be referring to me, right? This matter is too big. With my small arms and legs now, I probably can't carry it, right? But looking from the opposite side, it was the right side. And the right side of Fenghai City was the direction Sui Xiaoduo came from. The peak. The mountain was small and tall. This. Sui Xiaoduo touched his head and muttered in his heart, I didn't drag myself into this big whirlpool because of a moment of righteous indignation, right? God has pity on me. Grandma Sher trembled all over, her tears falling down. She muttered, Old man, did you hear that? I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it. A sigh came from outside the door. Yi Changqing's figure came to the door, and he said in a deep voice, Sister-in-law, we've been working hard. Old Sher, we won't sink to the bottom of the sea for injustice. There will be a day when we can clear this injustice. Ha ha ha. Grandma Sher said lightly, thank you for your trouble. It's rare that Principal Yi, who is so busy every day, still remembers this small matter of the Han family. School affairs are busy, so please go back. Don't delay your great cause. Sister-in-law. Yi Changqing's expression was complicated. I don't dare. Grandma Sher didn't even lift her eyelids. Principal Yi, for you to suddenly come here, it's probably not to see this old woman, but because you're worried that this old woman will go crazy and kill your favorite disciple? Don't worry, this old woman was also a teacher of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Even if she's crazy, she won't harm the students. Principal Yi, you can rest assured. Yi Changqing was extremely embarrassed, and said, Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Grandma Sher suddenly became furious, and shouted, Don't you understand human language? This old woman is not your sister-in-law, get out. She took a step forward, and pushed Yi Changqing out with a palm. She scolded crazily, I don't want to see anyone from the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. Old Sher also doesn't want to see you. Get out. Get out. Grandma Sher roared furiously, and her voice was extremely mournful. Yi Changqing sighed deeply, and he bowed deeply to Shi Yunfen's portrait outside the door, and muttered, Brother, I know you're anxious. We've been working hard, and we'll never give up. After saying that, he turned around and left, not daring to stay. Grandma Sher's chest heaved up and down violently, and her throat was panting like a bellows. Her face was red, and her eyes were filled with uncontrollable anger. You can go. Child, Grandma Sure said softly. Today, with your words, I can still patiently wait for a few more years. Otherwise, I really can't take it anymore. Grandma Sure's voice was extremely hoarse, as if these few words had exhausted all her remaining strength. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent for a moment, and then he stood up and said softly, if that's the case, I'll go back first. Grandma Sure, wait for 2 days, when I've settled down in the school, and then I'll come to see you again. I admire Vice Principal Sure, and I also respect you. I'll do my best for this matter. Grandma Sure nodded silently, and leaned against the big picture, and closed her eyes. Her face was full of fatigue. She was like a woman who had been wronged, and finally leaned into her husband's embrace. Zhuo Xiaoduo left quietly, and only felt that his heart was about to explode. This was not the residence of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, but a relatively desolate place. There were not many people around, and it was a typical small courtyard in the countryside. After walking slowly for more than 10 meters, Zhuo Xiaoduo stood at the intersection. Although he felt the wind coming from all directions, he felt even more oppressed. 2 young men came from afar, and deliberately circled around, and came to the entrance of this small courtyard. One of them said, do you know? This is the house of the vice principal of Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School, who was caught for prostitution. Hee. Is it the vice principal Sure who was caught in bed, and then his whereabouts are unknown? Hee, none of these officials are good. Such a beast, when he was the vice principal, I don't know how many female students he ruined. That's right, after that, many people came out to clean up. Ha! What's the use? That's right, Hidden Dragon No. 1 High School can't afford to lose face. Fortunately, we don't have the talent to practice martial arts. If we entered such a school. Hee. As they were talking, the 2 of them walked past the entrance of the small courtyard, and turned their heads to spit at the same time. Bah! Slap! 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 2 loud slaps were heard. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had changed his clothes, stood in front of the 2 young men with a gloomy face. He pointed at his pants and said, are you blind? You spat on my pants. The 2 young men couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There was no one here just now, so how did their spit end up on someone else's pants? I'm sorry. I really didn't pay attention just now. One of them hurriedly apologized. What's the use of saying sorry? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was that of a bully. He grabbed the guy's collar and lifted him up, then cursed, fuck your grandmother, you vomited all over me, and now you want to go after apologizing. Tell me, what should we do about this? The 2 young men secretly cursed their bad luck. They had met a hooligan, and this was obviously extortion. The person who spat on you swallowed his anger and said, I'm sorry, I'll pay. You're willing to pay? Okay, my pants, 10,000 star dollars. Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at his pants and said evilly, I love this donkey brand pants. Hurry up and pay. Take the money and be done with it. What donkey? How can there be such expensive pants? The 2 young men were furious. You're extorting us. Extorting? You're so poor, why would I be interested in extorting you? But who asked you to spit on my pants? Zhuo Xiaoduo slapped them again and again, and each slap landed on their mouths. You made me unhappy, and you still dare to talk back. Do you know what I'm doing now? I'm teaching you a lesson on behalf of your father. Remember, don't spit everywhere and spit shit everywhere. Chapter 406. Give me the money. Otherwise, I'll beat you up once a day. Zhuo Xiaoduo began to search them without any explanation. After finding their ID, he snorted and said, if you 2 have the guts, then run. This daddy has been in the underworld for many years, I will kill you. As he spoke, he dragged them forward. When they reached the intersection, he intentionally kicked a boulder that weighed a few hundred kilograms. The boulder rolled 7 to 8 times, making a loud noise. When the two saw this, their souls flew out of their bodies and they were both terrified. Are you going to give me the money or not? Zhuo Xiaoduo was filled with an unrelenting aura, portraying the demeanor of a local ruffian vividly and vividly. The two young men were already crying. Their faces were full of tears. What kind of luck did they have today? They were blackmailed for 10,000 yuan just because they spat. They really didn't have that much money. They couldn't even get rid of this disaster. Were they going to be buried here? Forget it. Behind them, at the door, Grandma Shi said with a tired face, let them go. Zhuo Xiaoduo sneered, Grandma, don't meddle in other people's business. These two bastards spouted shit and dirted my pants. I have to find them for an explanation. If they don't pay for my pants, I won't let them off. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. The two young men cried, you're obviously being unreasonable. You're blackmailing us. We only spat. Slap slap slap. A few slaps. You motherfuckers. Don't you know that I'm in the underworld? When have I ever been reasonable? Go go go, go to your house to get the money. We'll go now. As he spoke, he picked up the two men and left. He didn't say that he was fighting injustice for Vice Principal Shi or for Grandma Shi. He just didn't want to let them off the hook for spitting on his pants. Don't you like to make irresponsible remarks and accuse others? Today, I'll let you have a taste of being wronged. 10,000 yuan, not a cent less. No matter who comes to smooth things over, it won't work. Behind them, Grandma Shi watched as Zhuo Xiaoduo carried the two people away. She couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Immediately after, he felt a sense of comfort in his heart that had been stifled for a long time. It was a feeling that he had not felt in a long time. He had to endure a lot of this kind of abuse and criticism almost every day. With Grandma Shi's cultivation, she could basically blow this kind of ordinary person into ashes with a single breath. But what use was that? Could it be that he could kill everyone in the world? However, although what Zhuo Xiaoduo did today was barbaric, unreasonable, and even illegal to the bone, it was the first time in many years that Grandma Shi felt her anger had been vented. This young man's temperament is really different from others. Grandma Shi thought silently in her heart. In this world, there were many times when reasoning wouldn't solve any problems, so there was no need to reason. From another angle, he could just slap him. The background of this world was based on martial arts. The strong were respected. It was just that the masses had been protected too well for too long that they had long forgotten the basic nature of this world. Zhuo Xiaoduo tormented them for an hour, escorting the two young men home to withdraw money. After that, he went to borrow money to raise money. In the end, he really managed to gather 10,000 star dollars. He only stopped when the 10,000 star dollars were in his pocket. Slap 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 slap. After a few more slaps, Zhuo Xiaoduo glared and scolded, little bastard. Remember, don't spit anywhere in the future. Do you understand? Only then did he walk away. Behind him, the two young men's faces were beaten until they looked like pigs. They looked at each other and wanted to cry but had no tears. They were really unlucky today. Why did they spit on someone else's leg? And the other party was so fierce. They must be careful in the future. From the beginning to the end, the two of them didn't know why they were beaten. They just thought that it was an unlucky year and went back dejectedly. After that, they would have to live in debt for a long time and live hard. After turning into a street corner, Zhuo Xiaoduo followed the map and found the local disabled servicemen's affairs office. In less than 2 minutes, he had already donated the 10,000 star dollars. In the future, I should come to Grandma Shi's place often. Not only can I vent my anger for the old woman, but I can also donate more money to the disabled soldiers. It's not a bad idea. Since you have a mouth to curse and spit shit, you should have the ability to pay the fine. Today, I'm punishing you on behalf of the heavens. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very proud of himself as he returned to the school. However, what he didn't know was that far behind him, Yi Changqing, who had been following him, was stunned. He was dumbfounded as he watched this drama. To be honest, this experienced and knowledgeable headmaster of the Hidden Dragon University had never dreamt of Zhuo Xiaoduo's actions. He had always sneered at such hooligans. He hated it very much. When toads were on the table, they would only disgust people if they didn't bite. However, today, why did he feel so fucking good? This method is not bad. It's effective and immediate. Headmaster Yi touched his chin and muttered to himself. Whatever we do to the general trend of public opinion on the internet, there's no way we can debate with them. Even if there's a day when the injustice is redressed, we may not be able to change the trend of public opinion on the internet. However, if we encounter other excuses, it's easy to beat them up directly. I have to think about this carefully. Headmaster Yi felt that there seemed to be a different path in front of him. Yi Changqing and Zhuo Xiaoduo entered the school one after the other. As soon as they entered, they immediately felt that the atmosphere was very strange. The dust in the sky had yet to disperse. It seemed like someone was fighting in the sky. Faint roars and roars were still coming from the sky. Yi Changqing's mind turned at lightning speed. His expression suddenly changed and he shouted, "Stop!" He rushed up. However, it was too late. The battle in the sky had already been decided. A figure fell like a meteor and hit the ground hard, creating a deep pit. The person in the pit was covered in blood. His nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He seemed to be seriously injured. However, as soon as he landed, he immediately jumped up from the bottom of the pit and scolded wildly, "Xiang Kuangren. I already said it wasn't me. You fucking hit me so hard." The victor in the air was Xiang Bing's great-grandfather, the former first vice-headmaster of Hidden Dragon High School, Xiang Kuangren, who had just come out of seclusion. This old man had a tall and straight figure of 2.4 meters. He had grizzled hair, and in his hand was a square sky-decorated halberd that was at least 10 feet long. Coupled with his extremely burly and muscular body, he was like a heavenly general descending slowly from the sky. He was like an unshakable lofty mountain that was majestically descending to the world. Xiang Kuangren pointed the sky piercer and shouted, "It wasn't you? Then why did you take my position as the first vice-headmaster? Now that I'm back, you still dare to take it? If you're not courting death, then what is? I'm not dead. Do I need you to tell me what to do in my position? If you dare to take over my position, I'll kill you." The person on the ground was the current first vice-headmaster, Vice-Headmaster Wei. He was furious. "Who the fuck is taking over my position? I came because I received a transfer order. Do you think I wanted to come? Do you think the Hidden Dragon High School is still the same as before? If I had a choice, I wouldn't have come." Bullshit. Xiang Kuangren had obviously been suppressing his anger for too long. He was looking for a way to vent his anger, so he was not interested in listening to Vice-Headmaster Wei's explanation. He said angrily, "I'm suspecting that you were the one who found someone to plot against me. Otherwise, how could you be promoted? Do you know what the principle of profit is? You're the one who benefited." Xiang Kuangren shouted. "No matter how you quibble, you can't escape suspicion." Vice-Headmaster Wei only felt wronged and angry. "What does Xiang Kuangren's matter have to do with me? Why are you throwing a tantrum at me? I'm a suspect." Vice-Headmaster Wei was so angry that he laughed. "You should at least show me evidence to support your suspicions, right?" Xiang Kuangren grinned like a majestic tiger opening its bloody mouth. "You said it has nothing to do with you. Why don't you show me the evidence?" Show me the evidence to prove that it has nothing to do with you. Hurry up. Vice Principal Wei was fuming with anger. Can you be reasonable? Xiang Kuangren said matter-of-factly, you stole my position, and you want me to reason with you? Bullshit reason. Vice Headmaster Wei was furious. I didn't want to take this position. Then, do you think I gave it to you? Xiang Kuangren said disdainfully, I don't have that kind of relationship with you. Vice Headmaster Wei was so angry that he could not speak. I'll give you a few choices now. First, resign and get lost. Second, you'll be demoted. Think of a way yourself. Xiang Kuangren said savagely. I've been the first vice headmaster my whole life, and I've never resigned or been fired. I've only been in seclusion for a few days to recuperate. Now that I'm back, I've fallen from first to ninth. Fuck this. I can't take this lying down. You must give me a satisfactory explanation. If you can't take this lying down, you can go to the headmaster or the martial arts department. Vice Headmaster Wei cursed. Why the fuck are you looking for me? This has nothing to do with me. I don't have the time. Anyway, I'm the first vice headmaster in the Hidden Dragon region. You used all kinds of underhanded means to take my position. Do you think you can be proud for the rest of your life? Now that I'm back, you have to think of a way to get me back to my original position. If you don't satisfy me, I'll fuck you every time I see you. I'll fuck you until you can't go to work. You can't work. As long as you come to school, I'll fuck you. When there's a meeting, you dare to steal my seat. Xiang Kuangren had no intention of being reasonable at all. He just wanted to pester endlessly and spout out all kinds of fallacious reasoning. However, fallacious reasoning was not necessarily wrong. From Xiang Kuangren's perspective, he had always been the first vice headmaster. He had not resigned, and the school had not fired him. He had only taken a sick leave. How did he become ninth? No way. He had to be given his original position. He had to be the first vice headmaster, begging for votes. Recommendation votes. The past 3 days have been really tiring. As for whether or not I crossed the line in the previous update, I'll wait until it's blocked. The book's results were average, and the subscriptions were not good. Can't I write what I want to write? Can't I write to my heart's content? Chapter 407. Even though Vice Principal Wei felt that he was wronged by Erebus, he could not explain himself. I would like to postpone it, but who would be willing to do that? Xiang Kuangren snorted. That's your problem. What does it have to do with me? I want to be the first vice principal. What does everything else have to do with me? Vice Principal Wei was so angry that he clutched his chest. You old bastard Xiang. Just you wait, I'm not done with you. He turned around and said, Principal. You have to help me. Then, he was stunned. Principal. Where's the principal? Not only him, even Zhou Xiaoduo did not see when Yi Changqing disappeared. This sly old man, after hearing the reason for the fight, immediately ran away. Out of sight, out of mind, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind, it was a beautiful move. Xiang Kuangren snorted and pointed at Vice Principal Wei's secretary in the crowd. He shouted, Now, take me to my office right now and throw out all of that ignorant person's stuff. Motherfucker, how dare he occupy my office? How dare he? Also, where's my secretary? Why isn't he here? Get him back here. If he can't come to work tomorrow, I'll break all 3 of your legs. The secretary looked wronged. Principal Xiang, this is not something I can control. You're the one who took his position, so you have to control this. I don't care about the process, I only want the results. Xiang Kuangren said arrogantly. Anyway, I want to see him tomorrow. If I can't see him by 8, I'll go beat you up at 8:01. That's settled. He picked up the secretary and strode forward. The secretary was about 1.7 meters tall, but when Xiang Quangren carried him in his arms, he looked like an adult who was carrying a cat. For a moment, the whole school was filled with whispers. Vice Principal Xiang was so domineering. So awesome. Obviously, most of the people in the school had not seen how domineering Xiang Quangren was back then. Zhuo Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and walked towards the first grades class. Along the way, he had already thought about most of this matter. He had thought that it would take a few more days for this matter to happen, but he had never expected that Vice Principal Xiang would make such a big move on his first day back. Behind him, Vice Principal Wei's angry and resentful yell could be heard. Xiang Quangren, just you wait. Xiang Quangren ignored him and strode forward with his secretary in hand. He turned his head and spat, muttering, "Wait my ass." The whole school was shocked. Almost none of the students had seen Vice Principal Xiang in person. They had only heard about him. But today, they finally saw what a fierce person was and what an unreasonable person was. They couldn't help but discuss spiritedly, saying that they had learned something new and broadened their horizons. This kind of fight between two vice principals, even in the lower-ranked schools, was rarely seen or even heard of. However, no one would have thought that at the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy, they would be able to personally witness two high-ranking vice principals fighting in front of everyone's eyes. This feels so good. Zhuo Xiaoduo praised in his heart. How could he not know what Xiang Quangren's real intention was? It seemed that Xiang Quangren himself already knew that after his departure, these things that happened in the Hidden Dragon High School were also because of his departure, causing the situation to take a turn for the worse and gradually become out of control. This time, when he came back, he used the most direct method of being a hooligan. He fought with all his might to turn the tide and help the building collapse. According to Li Chenglong's understanding, Vice Principal Xiang wasn't such a person. He was just a straightforward, straightforward person who didn't beat around the bush. He might be a little domineering, but it was all reflected in his fights with his opponents. He wasn't that extreme in his conduct. But now, in his first fight after coming back, he was full of hooliganism. Perhaps, he had an epiphany. Little did they know. Xiang Quangren directly swept through the office and found Yi Changqing. "What's wrong with you today?" Yi Changqing was a little unhappy. "Why are you so persistent about Vice Principal Wei? Do you have some evidence in your hands?" "Evidence?" Xiang Quangren snorted. "What evidence? Why do I have evidence in my hands? Can't I beat him up without evidence?" Yi Changqing was stunned. "Boss, I didn't just stay at home for the past 20 years. I've been reflecting and pondering." Xiang Quangren's beard was about to explode. He lowered his voice and said word by word, "In the past, we were too honest, too gentlemanly. We forgot, or rather, ignored the essence of this world. I was splashed with the Forgetfulness River. It was baffling. The water of the Forgetfulness River belongs to the Umno Alliance. This is undeniable. But who said that the things of the Umno Alliance can only be used by the people of the Umno Alliance? How free is the Umno Alliance to send so many masters to deal with me, a vice principal? Instead of using the water of the Forgetfulness River, why didn't they just join hands to kill me? In the battle that day, it was said that I killed them, but in fact, they just wanted to use the water of the Forgetfulness River to mess with me. After they succeeded, they didn't want to fight anymore, so it was as if I killed them. As the person directly involved, if I can't even tell the truth, I've lived in vain. In the battle that day, the other party's overall combat power was far above mine. As long as a few people died, they could definitely kill me. They just couldn't bear to pay such a big price. Old Lu was robbed and killed, but it was an accident that had never happened in so many years. You should know that the route Old Lu took was the safest one. How could something happen to him? Isn't it strange? And Old Sure, with Old Sure's cultivation, how could he be caught in bed with someone? When it was exposed, a large number of reporters and even related personnel from Star Shield arrived immediately. Do you believe that there's no connection between them? They've already used so many hooligan methods. Do they have evidence? Do they have a grudge? Do they have a grudge? But if they want to be promoted, they'll mess with you and kill you. Xiang Kuangren's expression was sorrowful and angry. His eyes were burning. Why can't we use these methods? What's the point? Must we be gentlemanly? Talk about evidence? Do you still want to talk about justice? Yi Changqing was speechless for a long time. You've been talking about evidence all these years. You want to find the enemy to avenge your brothers, but have you found it? Is there any use? Is there any meaning? Have you avenged our fallen brothers? Xiang Kuangren asked in a chilling voice. Yes. Yes. Yi Changqing closed his eyes. You won't find it. Xiang Kuangren said heavily, how can you find it? Even if you find it, they'll cut off contact in the shortest time possible. This is how a gentleman can be deceived. So for so many years, you've delayed treatment, delayed the hidden dragon, and let the hidden dragon fall to where it is today. Isn't it because you've always been a gentleman? You don't take action without evidence. Xiang Kuangren said hatefully. Yi Changqing was silent. Boss, let me ask you something. If someone from the No Alliance appeared in front of you and you had no evidence that he had done something bad, would you take action? Xiang Kuangren asked. Of course I would. Yi Changqing said decisively. Why? How do you determine that someone from the No Alliance deserves to die, or that the other party is a kind person? You don't have to answer. I'll say it for you. Because of our standpoints, both sides' standpoints are clear. Someone from the No Alliance deserves to die without a reason. He's our natural enemy. So comparatively speaking, aren't those who framed us more evil than many people from the No Alliance? The No Alliance at most took our lives, but these people not only took our lives, but also ruined our reputation and ruined the future of the continent. Why don't you take action against such people? Let them do as they wish. Are we just going to waste the cultivation that we've worked so hard to cultivate? Xiang Kuangren's words were like the evening drum and morning bell. Yi Changqing was shocked. You're right. But what about the target? Where is the enemy? Leave that to me. Xiang Kuangren snorted and said, in the next few days, I'm going to beat up every single one of those vice principals who've replaced my position. I'll beat them up regardless of the occasion or place. If they take the initiative, they'll definitely come looking for trouble with me. Won't we have a target then? Hearing this plan, Yi Changqing felt a little dizzy and worried. So that's what you're planning. But this way, you'll be in too much danger. Yi Changqing said worriedly. His old friend had been locked up for 20 years because of the river of forgetfulness. Now that he was out again, he might be killed again in a few days. I wanted to go to Old Sure, Old Lu, and Old Cheng's houses to have a look and talk to them, but after so many years, I haven't found any clues. I'm too ashamed to go. Even if I did go, I would leave in a hurry. My face is burning. Xiang Kuangren said fiercely, this time, I'd rather fight to the death to give my brothers an explanation for this matter. Yi Changqing stood up and muttered to himself. He did not speak for a long time. Xiang Kuangren knew Yi Changqing's temper and did not say anything more. He stood up and said, in my opinion, we should quickly think of a way to cure your heart meridian. But I can't do it alone. If I really die, you won't be able to do anything. Now that the situation is like this, let's hurry up. Xiang Kuangren left. The door closed behind him with a bang. Yi Changqing sighed and muttered, I didn't even touch the door frame when I went out this time. After that, he fell into deep thought. There must be a change in the world. Yi Chengqing sighed softly. Hidden dragon. In his mind, he could not help but think of Grandma Shi's words, and Qin Fangyang's recommendation of Zhuo Xiao Duo for fortune-telling. Especially the word Zhuo Xiao Duo had broken down. Then he thought of Zhuo Xiao was fortune-telling and the word he had broken down for him. Every word and sentence entered his soul and heart. He could not help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 408. That afternoon, Zhuo Xiao Duo was still training alone with the weights while the others continued to beat each other up. When Xingtian's eyes swept past Zhuo Xiao Duo from time to time, seeing Lieutenant General's Zhuo's sword, which was only 8 taels of light, gradually connecting it to the sword that was as light as a feather and as light as a feather, he kept analyzing it in his heart. This kid's real trump card was either something lighter than 8 taels of light or something unimaginably heavy. Tonight, I must test it out. Otherwise, how can I continue teaching? As Zhuo Xiao Duo cultivated, he was also formulating a plan in his mind. Now that his cultivation had been pushed to the high level of the Xiantian realm, at this rate, he only needed 2 more nights to reach the level of elemental eruption. At that time, he would have to start suppressing it for the first time. At the same time, Zhuo Xiao Duo also felt that his Flaming Sun scripture was about to be upgraded. The Great Flaming Sun scripture was about to evolve into the Golden Sun scripture. His rapid progress was partly due to his hard work and partly due to the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger and the Jade of Astral Souls. However, the Jade of Astral Souls had been greatly depleted and the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger was almost out of energy. He had to think of another way. The first was to replenish the Jade of Astral Souls. The second was to recharge the Dragon Blood Flying Dagger if possible. The third was to collect heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He had to pay special attention to items with yang attributes. For each of these aspects, the more the better. Looks like I have to find a way to contact Fang Yinhua and see if there's a chance to slaughter a group of people from the No Alliance. The battle with the Phoenix Pulse Spirit was a waste. If there's a chance, I can't waste it again. I wonder when Gao Wu will start training. If I have to wait for a while, I'll have to think of a way to get out of the city. I'll bring Swollen out and get some materials. It's not a good idea to just sit around and eat. Zhuo Xiao Duo came up with several plans in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. School was about to end. Everyone else rushed to the nourishment chamber. The nourishment chamber was still in the free phase, so it would be a waste not to use it. When Xingtian, on the other hand, went to Zhuo Xiao Duo. Show me your hand, Wen Xingtian said. Zhuo Xiao Duo didn't know what was going on, but he obediently stretched out his arm. When Xingtian grabbed his hand and rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm bracer-shaped weight on his arm. It didn't look very heavy, and in Zhuo Xiaoduo's hands, it could bend flexibly with the movements of his arms. Rather than saying that it was a burden, it was more like a carefully crafted weapon. However, when Xingtian's pupils suddenly shrank. This thing should be a pair, right? When Xingtian immediately pulled Zhuo Xiaoduo's sleeves down and reached out to pinch his other arm through his shirt. Yes. How heavy is it? 30,000 kilograms. Just one. Yes. When Xingtian didn't speak for a long time. It was only when Zhuo Xiaoduo thought that he was going to fall asleep that he said, "There's a gravity space sealed in it, but I'm afraid there are only a few of them in the whole continent." You. He seemed to want to ask Zhuo Xiaoduo how he got it, but he stopped halfway. What did it have to do with him how he got it? This was his child's opportunity, so why was he asking about it? Why was he so curious? He had committed the biggest taboo that a cultivator shouldn't commit. As long as he knew that the cultivation plan he formulated for this was feasible, everything would be fine. This thing may be heavy, but it's flexible and won't affect your movements. When Xingtian said, "When you can cultivate to the point where you can carry this without any hindrance, remember to look for me." I'll give you something else, something heavier. Okay. Zhuo Xiaoduo quickly agreed. The position he had set for himself was to carry this full set of weights: hammer, 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 hammer. These 5 hammer techniques. He had to be able to perform them 3 to 5 times in a row, so that he could be familiar with them and move them as smoothly as flowing water. Moreover, he had to have some energy left after he was done. Only then would he be able to carry them with ease and without any hindrance. According to his rough estimation, according to his current progress and the growth of his strength, as well as his prediction of suppressing the agitation of his innate realm vital essence for 10 to 20 times, and even entering the embryonic breathing realm, he should be able to achieve this goal after the Flaming Sun scripture leveled up by 1 level. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo had completely ignored the problem of the power of the hammer and the inertia of his swinging as his strength increased. He was wholeheartedly rushing towards this goal. Anyway, he felt that it shouldn't be difficult. School was over. Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong were still walking together, while Wen Xingtian was following behind them at a leisurely pace. Teacher Wen, why are you also walking in this direction? Zhuo Xiaoduo asked curiously. Yes, I'm going to borrow something from the principal, and then I'm going to look for you. Wen Xingtian said, wait at home and don't run around. Wait for me to pay you a home visit. Zhuo Xiaoduo's face fell. Originally, he had wanted to look for Fang Yinhua tonight. Now, it seemed that he couldn't do it. He didn't expect Teacher Wen to actually want to pay him a home visit. My parents, sister, and wife are all not around. Who are you going to pay a home visit to? When he reached home, Zhuo Xiaoduo went upstairs and took a cold shower. Just as he came out, he saw Wen Xingtian already sitting in his living room, looking at him indifferently. So fast. Zhuo Xiaoduo was surprised. Yes, so the principal has already given that thing to you. I've made a wasted trip. Wen Xingtian said, come, let's go in. I'll practice your secret weapon with you. If you practice alone, it won't be as good as having a sparring partner. You'll be able to understand your own strengths and weaknesses faster and improve through actual combat. That's true improvement. This happened at 6:30 in the evening. When Zhuo Xiaoduo came out of the Annihilation Tower, it was already 9:30 in the evening. He was thrown out by Wen Xingtian. Like throwing a dead dog, he was thrown directly onto the bed. The moment he came into contact with the bed, the sweat that flowed out from his body instantly soaked the entire bed. Wen Xingtian's expression was still indifferent. He used his life spirit's true essence to check the meridians in Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulders, arms, waist, and thighs and knees. He said, you've trained your body well. I'll come again tomorrow night. You rest by yourself. I'll go down and check on Li Chenglong. Zhuo Xiaoduo just snorted and fell asleep from exhaustion. These 3 hours were hell for Zhuo Xiaoduo. At Wen Xingtian's request, Zhuo Xiaoduo attacked him with all his might. Zhuo Xiaoduo was more than happy to do so. He started to attack without hesitation. In the first 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt extremely satisfied. He had never felt so satisfied in his life. He wielded the 2 sledgehammers as if they were his arms and fingers, majestic and awe-inspiring. His hammering skills also improved a lot because of this. As Wen Xingtian said, actual combat was the best way to improve. In the second 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a little tired. In the third 5 minutes, he gradually began to feel weak. The sledgehammers were powerful weapons. Even if 2 people were of the same level, they could completely crush the enemy. However, they were too heavy. This was also the reason why martial artists rarely use such heavy weapons. For example, if you used a sword, you could fight for 3 days and 3 nights. However, if you used a hammer, you might not even last an hour. Sometimes, a battle of attrition was needed. Using a hammer could not be a battle of attrition. At the fourth 5 minutes, Zhuo Xiaoduo was already drenched in sweat. He was trying his best to hold on, so he couldn't help but be exhausted like a dead dog. However, the problem was that Wen Xingtian did not give him any time to rest. Bring out your potential. If you can't do it, eat some elixirs. Use more strength. Where's your strength? Again. Again. Come, last 10 times. After 10 times, last 5 times. After 5 times, last 3 times. After 3 times, really, last 2 times. After 2 times, last time. After the last time, there was a continuous stream of people saying, last time. Last time. One last time. This is really the last time. This is definitely the last time, ... In the end, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he was about to faint. He was only carrying the 2 hammers, but his arms were almost dislocated. Although he was only using a training hammer to train with Wen Xingtian, after 3 hours of continuous training, Zhuo Xiaoduo was completely defeated. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that training with Zhuo Xiaonian for half a month was not as good as these 3 hours of continuous training. What was even more incredible was that under Wen Xingtian's care, Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms were not swollen at all. Downstairs. Wen Xingtian left the villa at 10:30, leaving Li Chenglong lying on the sofa and a puddle of mud. In this 1 hour, Li Chenglong and Zhuo Xiaoduo were almost drilled to death. They were so tired that they did not even want to move their eyelids. They fell asleep immediately. However, on the way back, Wen Xingtian was in high spirits. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's actually the only surprise in my life. Such heavy hammers. I'm afraid only the hammers of the legendary Peerless and Invincible the Flood Witch can be compared to them. Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammers are about the same, but his cultivation is far from it. I still have to train him hard. Looks like I have to come here a few more times in the future. Come here to make me happy, 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 and forget to go back. Wen Xingtian silently made up his mind. Yes, the other students also have to be assigned homework at night. Anyway, with my divine sense, I can monitor these kids in the dormitory when I close my eyes. As for Xiang Bing and Xiang Chong, I don't care about them anymore. I'll just talk to the vice principal and ask him to personally instruct them. It's better for them to train the people from the Xiang family themselves. The students in the class probably did not expect that the rare homework in the high martial arts school would be added to the schedule by Wen Xingtian on a whim because of the unexpected training between Zhuo Xiaoduo and Li Chenglong. Chapter 409. When Zhuo Xiaoduo woke up, it was already 4:30 a.m. the next day. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo only felt sore all over. He supported his body to circulate 99 times before he felt better. He directly picked up the bucket and gulped down the water. In a flash, his whole body was drenched in sweat. Only then did he feel alive again. It's too cruel. Don't tell me I have to do it again tonight. I'm so tired. My waist and legs don't feel like they're mine anymore. For the first time, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt a chill down his spine when it came to practicing martial arts. It was fine if it was just practicing martial arts, but when Xingtian's poisonous tongue was also constantly practiced. It was really a double blow. Yesterday, it almost made Zhuo Xiaoduo doubt his life. After all, it had always been Zhuo Xiaoduo's strong point to flaunt his tongue. He didn't expect someone to give him a taste of his own medicine. It was really a lot more stressful. It's different from Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin never scolds people. If he doesn't like it, he will beat people up. If he's happy, he will also beat people up. But Teacher Wen will only use his mouth and not his hands. He will scold people all the time. If he doesn't like it, he will scold people. If he's happy, he will still scold people. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. The two teachers I've met are both very, very good teachers. But their personalities, it really makes me uncomfortable. He took out his phone and opened his contact list to find Fang Yinua's new number after she came to Fenghai. He immediately dialed it. It rang 7 or 8 times before the other side picked up. The voice was very impatient. Who are you? Haha. Damn, this accent. Sua Xiaoduo moved the receiver away from his ear and looked at the number again. It was right. Why did he have this accent? It's me. Your young master. Sua Xiaoduo said in a dignified and condescending manner. There was no reply from the other side. After a few seconds, he asked hesitantly, Are you the young master of Gada? Phoenix City. Left. Sua Xiaoduo was getting a little impatient. This drama queen Fang Yan was going on and on. Ah. It's young master. Fang Yinua only hesitated for a second before becoming enthusiastic. However, he was cursing in his heart. When did I become your slave? Why did even the young master come out? I'm already in Fenghai. Sua Xiaoduo asked, Where are you in Fenghai? How's the previous battle going? I opened a shop right across from Fenghai's Hidden Dragon High School. The biggest ladies' lingerie store is my business. Fang Yinua was completely awake. She immediately reported her situation. Ladies' lingerie store. Sua Xiaoduo was dumbfounded. Fuck, you're selling women's underwear in front of Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts School? What the fuck? What a weird taste. Yes, young master. You said it's right beside Hidden Dragon High School. After thinking about it, I decided to spend a lot of money to buy the 2 stores right across the school. One of them is a lingerie agent specializing in the world's top brands. Fang Yinua's words were full of pride and satisfaction. The UMNO Alliance wanted to find her. Who would have thought that she, Fang Yinua, a half-step god reigning expert, would hide here and sell ladies' lingerie? I really admire myself for having such a brilliant idea at that time. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. I just want to ask you, if you sell ladies' lingerie, how do you expect me to meet you frequently? Sua Xiaoduo said angrily, I'm also the current school hunk of Hidden Dragon High School. Do you want me to shop in a ladies' lingerie store every day? Fang Yinua was speechless. Yes, she didn't consider this matter very thoroughly. She only thought about her own safety and didn't consider Sua Xiaoduo. Wait a minute. Current school hunk. Fang Yinua was puzzled. How did you become the current school hunk? The freshman training period shouldn't be over yet, right? Isn't your current nickname the Sword King? Is there something wrong with your fucking focus? Sua Xiaoduo, who was exposed, said angrily, I'm the one asking you a question now. It's fine, I'll buy the store next to it. Do you want to make a coffee shop? She was resting after shopping with a lady. Then, she went to a private room on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Have you solved everything? Fang Yinua quickly came up with a solution. She appeared to be rich and overbearing. The aura of not lacking in money almost drilled out from the phone. You're so rich. Cough, it's nothing. Fang Yinua was proud. With my methods, I can make him move out in 3 days. Sua Xiaoduo was speechless. Hold on, don't let him lose money. I understand. How can I not understand this? Be careful, safety first. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Also, I need some high-grade jade of astral souls. Get me some. Sua Xiaoduo ordered. After all, it was high-grade jade of astral souls. Even with Sua Xiaoduo's thick skin, he didn't ask how much he needed. It was fine as long as he could get some. No problem. Young master, how much do you need? I'll prepare it as soon as possible. Fang Yinua took charge. To Fang Yinhua, money was nothing. Jade of astral souls. So what? There are so many rich families in Fenghai City. I know all their warehouses. These things are not worth a mention. I can get them easily. Of course, the more the better. Zhou Xiaoduo said. Fang Yinhua subconsciously said, then I'll prepare a few tens of thousands for you to use first. Zhou Xiaoduo started to wonder if this guy had betrayed him again. He threw out such a huge bait and waited for him to go over to get it. How could he be so rich and overbearing? He casually asked for a few tens of thousands of high-grade jade of astral souls. Tsk, tisk. Also, young master, you don't have to worry about money. I can even get a few 100 million. It's not difficult. Fang Yinhua continued. Master Zhou, who had always regarded money as his life and made it his life's work, was suddenly hit by 1,000,000 tons of explosive force. He was bored to death and suddenly lost interest in making money. Damn, with this guy around, how can I make money? Alright, you go ahead with your work. I'll go over when I'm free. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. He was obviously hit hard. Okay, young master. I don't go out usually. I've set up a private tea room upstairs. When I'm free, I can drink tea and read books. It's to cultivate my character. Fang Yinhua said a few more words and hung up. Zhou Xiaoduo was speechless. Drink tea and read books. Cultivate his character. Damn, did I just turn a great devil of the UMNO alliance into a cultured person? After taking a shower and brushing his teeth, Zhou Xiaoduo looked at himself in the mirror. He still looked as if he had been struck by lightning. On the second day of the battle, Zhou Xiaoduo was once again abandoned and put aside. When Xingtian said, go practice your martial arts and hidden weapons. If you don't want to practice, then do whatever you want. After that, he didn't ask anymore. When Xingtian knew that Zhou Xiaoduo's current realm was only at the advanced level of the innate realm. However, when it came to actual combat power, it was much higher than that. Although many of the other 35 people were in the embryonic breathing realm, when it came to actual combat, they wouldn't be able to defeat Zhou Xiaoduo even if they were tied together. However, if Zhou Xiaoduo used his hammer, he could turn them all into standard dumplings in 3 minutes. Moreover, even their bones would be turned into pulp. They weren't even on the same level as each other. This made Wen Xingtian extremely surprised, but at the same time, he was also troubled. This was because Zhou Xiaoduo was bound to take up more of his energy. However, Wen Xingtian's cultivation direction and cultivation techniques were not suitable for Zhou Xiaoduo. This was what made Wen Xingtian the most upset. He was the #1 teacher of the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. He had countless talents, but now, he couldn't even teach a student. This wouldn't do. How could this do? In the blink of an eye, it was lunchtime again. Zhou Xiaoduo and the others had just entered the cafeteria when they immediately felt that something was wrong. The atmosphere in the cafeteria was completely different from usual. Looking around, they saw that the best table was empty. The tables on the side were all filled with students bustling about. Only this large table, which could seat more than a dozen people, was empty. The surface of the table was clean, and there wasn't even a drop of soup on it. It wasn't just a coincidence that this table had been left empty. Zhou Xiaoduo focused and looked again. The 19 two-clawed golden dragon boys were all standing at one end. One of them was Zhao Wensheng, who had fought with him yesterday. On the other side, there were all girls in white. Zhao Wensheng's female classmate from yesterday was also among them. There were about 17 or 18 of them. The eyes of this group of boys and girls were all fixed on Zhou Xiaoduo, who was stepping into the cafeteria. More than 30 pairs of eyes were burning with fighting spirit, ready to erupt at any moment. The imposing aura made Zhou Xiaoduo squint his eyes. Zhao Wensheng's face was still bruised and swollen, and there were several bumps on his head that hadn't disappeared. Although he couldn't see his body, his face and body were probably full of such scars. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but feel a little strange. Old Zhao, what happened to you? Were you beaten up? Although he didn't go easy on him yesterday, he didn't hit him that much. When Zhao Wensheng heard Zhuo Xiaoduo's question, his face turned red. He said hatefully, "It's all because of you." Hearing this, the students around him were all overjoyed. They were laughing so hard that they couldn't stand it. Yesterday, Zhao Wensheng had lost to Zhuo Xiaoduo for a table. After lunch, he went back to class in the afternoon and was directly picked up by the head teacher and beaten up by him. You fought with a freshman for a table and lost. Zhao Wensheng, you're so promising, so promising. You've made me lose face. It's fine if you won the fight, but you actually lost. You actually lost to a junior. I'll make you lose, I'll make you lose. Zhao Wensheng was beaten up by the head teacher who hadn't hit a student in half a year. To Zhao Wensheng, that beating was enough to make the world go dark, the sun and the moon lose their light. It was so miserable that it was unbearable to look at. It's so embarrassing. Chapter 410. The homeroom teacher flew into a rage and almost smashed the table on the podium. All of you, go tomorrow. You must snatch that table back for me. Earn back this face for me. Hence, the scene in front of them happened. Year 2, Class 7, everyone moved to meet up with Zhuo Xiaoduo again. At this moment, near the window, a middle-aged man was holding a teacup and sipping tea. He looked gentle and refined. He seemed to have a good temper and a kind face. His position was the best place to watch the fight over the table. He didn't even need to stand up. He could see everything clearly just by tilting his head. The man's face was filled with a gentle smile. The first impression he gave was that he had a good temper and was very easy to talk to. However, Zhao Wensheng and his classmates didn't dare to look in his direction. This was because this person was none other than Zhao Wensheng's homeroom teacher. He was also the person who lost his temper and almost beat his student to death yesterday. Today, the homeroom teacher gave a strict order: the whole class was to go. They had fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo before. If they couldn't win, they would all stand and eat. As for who would go up, you all can discuss among yourselves. I don't care. The outcome of a fight over a table between students was related to the teacher's pride. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had snatched a table from someone in the same year, the homeroom teacher wouldn't be angry. Class 1 was originally a class of geniuses, and every student was the cream of the crop. Zhuo Xiaoduo himself was the champion of the Longhu leaderboard. Now that he had just entered the high martial school, he hadn't started his systematic teaching yet. With his original foundation, it was normal for him to lose. But now, it was Zhuo Xiaoduo who had won against a senior. Then, the situation would be completely different. Obviously, this teacher felt extremely humiliated. He didn't even dare to go to the canteen where the teachers ate. It was said that when he went to eat last night, a few teachers he was familiar with were gossiping about him. He was so embarrassed that he almost committed suicide on the spot. Aya, old Tian, I heard that your student was beaten up by a freshman. Ha ha ha, I thought it was a joke. Why? Look at your expression, is it true? Ha ha ha. TSK, TSK, TSK. Old Tian's teaching standard is really good. Sigh, if my student were to be beaten up by a junior, how ashamed would I be? At the very least, I wouldn't be able to face my colleagues. Sigh, how embarrassing. They were all old acquaintances, so they didn't have any qualms about joking around. After being in the Hidden Dragon High Martial School for so many years, their mouths were as sharp as knives, and their tongues were as sharp as blades. Teacher Tian was already lucky that he didn't vomit blood on the spot. Why aren't you sitting? Zhuo Xiaoduo looked surprised. It's rare to have an empty seat. Why don't you sit down and eat? What are you standing there for? The surrounding students, as well as Meng Zhangjun, who was standing behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, could not bear to watch. Don't you have the slightest idea why she didn't want to sit? A pig's nose is stuck in a scallion, what are you pretending for? Opposite. Zhao Wenxing took a deep breath and patted the table. Zhuo Xiaoduo, there's an empty table here. Do you dare to sit? This was an official challenge. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. Thank you, seniors, for reserving seats for us. Come, everyone, let's go and sit. Let's not waste our seniors' good intentions. As he spoke, he took the lead and sat down. Li Chenglong, Xiang Bing, Meng Zhangjun, Zhen Piapiao, and the others did not show any signs of weakness. They walked over one by one and sat down on the seats one by one. In just a moment, the table of 16 people was already full. Even the other students in Zhuo Xiaoduo's class who did not have a seat also sat next to those who had a seat. 36 people, not a single one was missing. All of them sat steadily and did not say a word. All the spectators looked solemn. Teacher Tian, who was sitting by the window, showed a serious and admiring expression. Not leaving, not abandoning, and going through hardships together. Just this point alone was worthy of a thumbs up. The attitude of the 36 people in the class who advanced and retreated together was undoubtedly expressed in the silence. Many students had looks of envy on their faces as well as sighing. Because this was something that could not be done in their class. This also proved another point, other than Zhuo Xiaoduo, the other 35 people were willing to bet on Zhuo Xiaoduo. If Zhuo Xiaoduo won, everyone would sit down and eat together. If Zhuo Xiaoduo lost, everyone would stand and eat together. If you win, I will accompany you in glory and wealth. If you lose, I will accompany you in your downfall. The moment they sat down together, the 36 people in the class became an inseparable whole. Seeing this scene, a boy in Zhao Wenxing's class stepped out from the crowd. This person had a smile on his face. He was tall and looked about the same height as Zhuo Xiaoduo. His eyes were shining, and it was obvious that his cultivation level was higher than his peers. He walked over slowly. Under everyone's gaze, he slammed the table and shouted in a deep voice, "This table is ours. Please, get up." The snatching of the table entered the process and the curtains were drawn. Zhao Wenxing said, "Zhuo Xiaoduo, this is the class monitor of the second grade, class 5, Wu Qing." Someone said, "Oh." The second grade class 5 directly sent out their class monitor. It seemed that this battle was very important and they were determined to win. But it was no wonder. The homeroom teacher had personally come to watch. If they lost this battle, it would be very embarrassing. After all, under the basic principle of martial arts and cultivation level, if the class monitor of class 7 lost, it was equivalent to the entire class losing. The grudge with the second grade class 7 would end here, or it would extend to class 4. At the very least, after class 7, class 8, class 9, and all the other classes would have to take a detour when they saw Zhuo Xiaoduo. If they were unhappy, they could go and beat the class monitor of class 7 first. Then they would have the qualifications to fight for a table with Zhuo Xiaoduo. This was the rule. The basic principle of snatching a table. Wu Qing. Your surname is Wu. Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly stood up. That's right, my surname is Wu. Wu Qing said indifferently, the Wu Yuntian you killed, according to seniority, is a cousin of mine. But today's matter has nothing to do with the Wu family. You can call me class monitor of class 7. You don't need to call me by my name. Right now, I am only the class monitor of class 7. I represent class 7. It has nothing to do with anything else. Wu Qing said. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed loudly and said, good, then it's settled. Since the agreement has been set, then let's begin." Before he finished speaking, he floated up from his seat. With a flash of starlight, he flew out of the window. Wu Qing's white robe fluttered like a large bird as he flew out. With a loud bang, almost everyone squeezed to the window and took the best seats to watch the battle. The second grade class 7 students were all present. The first grade class 1 students were all in place. The 2 classes were fighting for a table. Below, the 2 people had already turned into 2 whirlwinds, entangling each other and beginning their battle. 2 white figures were entangled in a ball, fighting fiercely on the ground downstairs, constantly emitting pitter-patter sounds of fighting and collisions. Those with poor eyesight would not be able to tell which one was which. Peng peng peng. The 2 people exchanged dozens of punches, and for a moment, they were evenly matched. Then, they rushed forward and attacked with their fists and feet. From the ground to 5 meters in the air, the battle was getting more and more intense. All that could be seen were still 2 white figures entangled together. It was getting harder and harder to see their figures clearly. The only feeling that the spectators had was that these 2 were actually evenly matched. They were evenly matched. Even the head teacher of Class 7, Teacher Tian, had a serious expression. Zhuo Xiaoduo had just entered the school less than half a month ago, and his own student had already trained bitterly in the Hidden Dragon High School for a year. Moreover, he was the top talent in the class, second to none. It was actually a draw. Boom! Another palm met, and the 2 white figures were separated by the aftershock. They flew out like large birds, and almost at the same time. Clang! Clang! 2 sword cries rang out at the same time. The 2 of them simultaneously drew their weapons as they retreated. Following that, they twisted their bodies in the air and rapidly flew back. The dazzling sword chi was dazzling and dazzling. The whistling sound of the wind breaking was breathtaking. Zhuo Xiaoduo was on the left, and Wu Qing was on the right. The 2 people were moving at almost the same speed, and their long swords were shining with cold light, rushing to the sky. A misty rain suddenly covered the battle outside the window, and a dragon's roar sounded from Wu Qing's side. The dragon-like sword aura shook its head and wagged its tail, and it was really like a swimming dragon, shining with cold light. It forcefully plunged into the misty rain, and then came out again. Clang clang clang. The 2 swords clashed continuously, and neither gave way to the other. Then, there was a loud explosion, and the 2 people kicked each other while their swords were clashing. They were still separated, and only the sword aura lingered and did not dissipate, entangling together. Zhuo Xiaoduo let out a long howl, feeling that this battle was exceptionally satisfying. A sense of pride grew in his chest, and he actually took the lead to counterattack with a loud roar. Although Wu Qing was a member of the Wu clan, his cultivation was really not to be underestimated. Zhuo Xiaoduo had gone through so many accumulations, but Wu Qing's vital qi was actually above Zhuo Xiaoduo's. Furthermore, his battle experience was also extremely rich. He was completely different from the opponents that Zhuo Xiaoduo had encountered before. And this Wu Qing's current cultivation realm was really not very high. He was only at the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. However, in the situation where there were primordial elixir realm students in his class, he was still able to suppress everyone and firmly hold the position of class monitor. Obviously, he was also a genius. Moreover, this person must be the kind of person who suppressed the agitation of his vital qi in every realm, and limited himself to breaking through. The only thing was, how many times had this person suppressed it? The more Zhuo Xiaoduo fought, the more comfortable he felt. It was the kind of joy of meeting a worthy opponent and meeting a talented person. The sword light in his hand flashed, and a hazy rain mist was scattered. In a trance, there were already Shao raindrops falling. This was the little rain sword. He had to admit that his godfather's swordsmanship was really awesome. Other than the name of the swordsmanship, which always made Zhuo Xiaoduo blush, everything else was totally awesome. He was a little tired, and he couldn't finish this fight. Now, his mind was filled with the thought that there couldn't be no good people in these few clans, right? So, he was struggling with this question. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.